era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 651. Not surprising, is this kind of game really helpful to us? This was the deep doubt in the hearts of the Fifen players after the first 2 rounds of the game. You know, in the first round, Fifen had already held back after discovering something was wrong, but he still beat the opponent 13-0. In the second round, he thought the opponent would be stronger, but he still beat the opponent 8-0. I feel that any one of the A-level teams can perform better than them. Zheng Qi complained. It was like this at the beginning, but it will be different in the next game. Zhu Shan smiled and said, so in the next game, we have to concentrate. You don't want to lose in such a game and become the object of everyone's ridicule, right? Fifen's players nodded repeatedly. This is indeed very important. If there are many strong teams, they don't want to lose, but losing is still forgivable. However, in a relatively low-level game, if they capsize in the gutter, they won't even get sympathy points, and can only get enough ridicule. Thinking of this, Fifen felt quite unhappy. After 2 games, we have entered the quarterfinals. The next opponent is a team from Thailand. Well, they have a lot of people, so the level is relatively good. According to our observation, they are estimated to be at the level of the bottom team in the league. Zhu Shan said immediately. His words caused a burst of laughter from the Fifen players. The level of the bottom team in the league? That's not very good. A team that is trying to stay in the Super League, can we definitely win? Zheng Qi turned around and asked everyone. Everyone immediately fell silent. Zheng Qi smiled and turned to Zhu Shan. Coach, please continue. Well, their operation level is not bad, but the overall tactical level is average, and there are many mistakes and gaps in the operation between offenser and defenser. Bin Shiqiang, I still have to trouble you this round. Zhu Shan said to Bin Shiqiang. Bin Shiqiang nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. Against those teams whose overall operation is not very tight, his characteristics can play a big role. In fact, the first 2 games were also such tactics, but the opponent's strength was indeed too average, and was almost defeated by Fifen in one rush, so his tactical effect was not well demonstrated, but only partially demonstrated. Don't worry, the opponents will definitely notice it. They will also observe our league performance and pay some attention to us. We don't want to throw smoke bombs or anything, it's just that it will make the game easier. Zhu Shan told Bin Shiqiang not to be too stressed. I won't be stressed. Bin Shiqiang smiled. For other teams in the East Asian Cup, Fifen is a relatively mysterious team. After all, in the past 6 years, it was either Changpeng or Tinhe who participated in the East Asian Cup. Fifen is very unfamiliar to them. Of course, after exploring Fifen's performance this year, most of them were disappointed. Fifen's performance was so good, not because Changpeng Tinhe's level declined, but because Fifen performed well enough. The dominance of Chinese clubs in the East Asian Cup has been maintained for decades. Every time the Chinese club champion changes dynasties, it will bring a glimmer of hope to teams from other countries, but it will soon be shattered. Even if they don't perform well in the league, they will show their best level in the East Asian Cup. It is because of this mentality that Chinese clubs have become the symbol of invincibility in the East Asian Cup. Now this new team seems to be even more invincible than those Chinese clubs in the past. How can we live like this? For that Thai champion team, they don't have too many extravagant hopes to win the East Asian Cup. They are very happy to meet the Chinese club and think it is an opportunity to improve. Of course, many clubs will tell them that this is impossible. The gap is too big. They can't learn anything from playing with a strong team, but will lose confidence. This is the case with the Thai champion. This Thai champion is also a new army. They also participated in the East Asian Cup for the first time. After winning the opponents in the first 2 rounds, they began to feel that the opponents in the East Asian Cup were just like that, and they didn't seem to be very good. In fact, the overall level of the East Asian Cup is really not very good. Among the competitions in various continents, only the overall level of the East Asian Cup is so different from each other. The most intense competition is still in Europe, where the levels are quite close. Almost every year, the teams participating in the World Cup are different. And East Asia has been dominated by China for so many years, and only Japan, South Korea and India can compete with China. This in itself is very telling. The Thai champions, with extremely high confidence, began to truly understand the cruelty of the East Asian Cup. However, although they were very confident, they were not arrogant enough to think that they could easily win this game, so they were relatively low-key in the game, and adopted a defensive tactic from the beginning, wanting to consume Fifin's offensive desire. In their habits, when they began to concentrate on defense, even if the opponent attacked fiercely, it would be difficult to tear through their defense line. Wait until the opponent's morale drops before launching a counter-attack, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Such tactics are of course no problem in terms of thinking, but unfortunately, the offensive ability of the opponent they measured is far from the offensive ability of the opponent in front of them. After the opening, Fifin quickly formed a suppression. This surprised them a little. After all, in the league now, there are no teams that dare to let Fifin form suppression so easily. Even if they are inevitably suppressed by Fifin in the end, they must resist step by step before that, so as to delay Fifin's offensive strength and reduce the pressure on their side. After all, the more you defend in front of the goal, the greater the pressure on defense and the lower the error tolerance rate. So even though it seems that defending in your own team and allowing the players who leave the field to fill in faster may seem to be a big advantage, almost no team in that Chinese Super League uses such tactics now. Instead, they are more proactive because such defense, once a mistake is made, is very likely to cause the ball to be lost, and there is no way to save it at the time. And this Thai champion team is still using such tactics, so it is no wonder that Fifin is extremely surprised. But surprise is surprise, no one will refuse an easy game. The defense line that thought it was indestructible quickly fell. The fall made the Thai champions wonder how it fell. Fifin's seemingly ordinary attack brought about an avalanche-like chain reaction. When they happily killed a Fifin player who rashly broke into their lineup, they soon found that their defense line collapsed. Fifin scored the first goal. Well done. Zhu Shan said to Bin Shikai, who was killed and left the field on the bench. Bin Shikai smiled slightly. The Thai champions were puzzled by the inexplicable loss of the ball. They didn't make any mistakes, so how could they lose the ball? It must be an accident, it couldn't be true, so they launched a counter-attack, but were quickly beaten back by Fifin. They might not have a good way to deal with the team that defended, but Fifin was really not afraid of any team when facing the attacking team. Being beaten back by Fifin as soon as they came into contact with the team made the Thai champions sober up a little. They then launched a defense again, preparing to wear down the opponent's fighting spirit and make the opponent impatient according to the established tactics. Bin Shikai took a break and then went on the court. 5 minutes later, Fifin expanded the score again. What's going on? The Thai champions were a little confused. They could say that they lost the ball inexplicably before, but it was luck or accidental. But it happened twice in a row, or was it accidental? Even a fool would find something wrong. Then they had an urgent discussion within the team and thought that it was because they killed Bin Shikai twice and then lost the ball, so they should change the way they played. So, when Bin Shikai entered the opponent's formation for the third time, he actually found that no one came up to stop him. Instead, it seemed as if he had a plate on his body, and no one focused on him. There is such a good thing. Bin Shikai was happy. Although his greatest value to a team is to create opportunities and score goals, in fact, he is an absolute god-level player in terms of operational ability. Deep into the opponent's formation, no one from the opponent shot at him. What kind of damage can a god-level player like him cause? Soon, Fifin's fans saw it. After killing 3 players from the opponent and completely disrupting the formation of the Thai champion, Bin Shikai was forced to retreat in the opponent's hurried counter-attack. He was not killed, but just escaped with residual blood. Fifin's other players rushed forward and defeated the Thai champion's defensive formation, expanding the lead to 3 goals. Well, this game is also won. They resisted fiercely, which can be regarded as a warm-up for us. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan with a smile. Zhu Shan nodded slightly. After winning this game, Fifin entered the semi-finals of the East Asian Cup. It seems easy to say, but in fact, it is indeed easy. The next game is a test for Fifin. The opponent is almost clear about their strength and status, and the opponent also has very good strength, at least much better than these small countries in Southeast Asia. In the rest of the game, Fifin slowed down his offensive rhythm and began to firmly control the situation on the field. This made the Thai champions not as confused as before, but began to feel Fifin's overwhelming advantage and strength over them more directly. Without using all his strength, Fifin still swept the Thai champions 6-0 and entered the semi-finals with his head held high. The Chinese media were not surprised at this. Because with the strength of the Chinese champions, it is unquestionable to do this. It would be surprising if they could not do this. Chapter 652 Our Opportunity. The overall strength of this Chinese champion team is very strong. Compared with their strength, we, the Iwata, are not much worse than them, but we lack those outstanding players. This team is too strong in terms of level. When did China produce such a group of good players? This team was just formed 3 years ago. They participated in the Yamato League that year and entered the Super League last year. Moreover, their personnel have not changed much. All the players have joined in the past 3 years. However, they introduced 2 top players from the transfer market this year. If possible, they may be outstanding players collectively trained through a certain plan. We have been working on such a plan, but it is too difficult. How did these Chinese do it? Is there any point in asking this question now? We are going to face them next. If we can't win, we will only stop in the semi-finals this year and won't be able to win to the World Cup. Damn it, is there no way? There is still a way. Among the 22 extraordinary players, except for the attacking player Shen Ruofei, there is no experience in intercontinental competitions. We may be able to take advantage of this. How to use it? The overall level of the East Asian Cup is not as good as that of the Chinese Super League. There may be teams that can use this in the World Cup, but it is very difficult for us to do this. Even if we can't do it, we have to work hard, otherwise how can we be qualified to be professional players? Our Japanese Super League is also one of the top leagues in Asia. As the champion of the Japanese Super League, Iwata cannot retreat at all. Then we can only fight, but facing such an octagonal opponent, how to play, what octagonal opponent? Based on the proportion and performance of 8 attributes, the strength of a team is measured. According to my calculations, the 8 attributes of Fifan Club are almost perfect. Barker, you can say such a thing to boost others' ambitions. In the conversation between the head coach and assistant coach of Iwata, one of the 4 semi-finalists of the East Asian Cup, the time for the start of the East Asian Cup semi-finals is very close. For that Chinese media, they are still very concerned about Fifan's performance. When Fifan defeated his opponents in 3 consecutive games, scoring nearly 30 goals in total and not conceding a goal, they did not praise them very enthusiastically, but felt that this should be what Fifan did. The extraordinary players also took it for granted. They really didn't think there was anything to praise for defeating 3 such weak opponents. At the same time, they also felt that their longing for the East Asian Cup was somewhat unfulfilled. The East Asian Cup, which brought together the strongest teams in East Asia, should not be so bad. Of course, no matter how disappointed they were, they couldn't relax at all in the semi-finals. If they won 2 more games, they would get the 2nd championship of the season and take a solid step towards the 5-time champion. Of the 5 championships, the most difficult one is of course the League Championship, but even if the other championships are relatively simple, they still have to get the qualification to win the championship one by one. In this process, if there is a slight mistake, it will lead to the loss of the qualification for the subsequent competitions. This is the most difficult part of winning the 5 championships. If you can't win the Super Cup, you won't be qualified to participate in the East Asian Cup. If you can't win the East Asian Cup, you can't participate in the World Cup. It's a very simple truth. So no matter how simple the East Asian Cup is, they will not relax their vigilance. What's more, Chinese clubs have not let the East Asian Cup slip away for so many years, so they can't let it slip away. The Japanese team was the champion last year. They are also a veteran team in the Japanese league. They have won 3 league championships in the past 10 years and are also a frequent visitor to the East Asian Cup. Judging from their performance in the game, they are quite strong. Although there are no particularly outstanding players, they are quite balanced overall. Everyone has the level of a good player in our Super League. They cooperate well and have a reasonable age structure. They are not a very easy team to deal with. Zhu Shan said in front of the Fifan players. Then this kind of team is exactly what we are good at. Zheng Qi said indifferently. The Fifan players laughed one after another. They have several players with outstanding personal abilities and who can show strong levels at critical moments. It is really a lot of experience to deal with such an average team. After all, in the Super League, the number of teams with God-level players this year has reached a new high. After a large number of God-level players are concentrated in certain teams, there are no less than 13 or 14 teams that rely on overall offensive and defense to grab points, and such teams have all lost to Fifan. The reason is very simple. Facing such a team lacking outstanding players, Fifan does not have to worry about their ace player breaking the balance of the game with an outburst. They can patiently deal with the opponent and minimize the danger to their side. Then, whether it is Finchip Kaiyang's metaphysical attack, Shinryu Fei's strong attack, or Zheng Qi's loopholes, one person's outburst is enough to win the game. This is the most stable way to play. Although it seems a bit conservative, it is more useful in the cup competition because it can prevent the emergence of upsets. With Fifan's overall strength, they are least worried about normal games. They are only worried about the emergence of games dominated by strange luck, because that is difficult to recover by human power. Fifan has encountered such things in the league before, but they just survived. Their overall tactical quality is not bad, and their familiarity with complex maps is not bad either. The history of the Japanese league is not much different from ours, and their overall understanding of complex maps is not inferior to the average level of our league, but you know, we have an advantage over any club on complex maps. Zhu Shan blinked, then waved his fist. You all know what to do next. Show your overall level, don't make mistakes on the field, and then, kill them. Fifan's players nodded one after another. They were not particularly excited about this game, but they would also take it very seriously. The East Asian Cup has come to this point, and they can't help but take it seriously. Those opponents in East Asia can't stop Fifan, but it's good to distract them. The league is the key place for us to stop them. Li Jinx, who was far away in the Teen Head Club in W City, said to Li Kaiyang leisurely. A game of that level can't involve too much of their attention. Li Kaiyang curled his lips and said, the level of the East Asian Cup is indeed average, but don't forget that this is their first time participating, so it's inevitable that they will be more excited than us. After they come down from the excitement, there will be some changes. Li Jinx smiled. That is to say, they shouldn't have any problems in the East Asian Cup, but when they return to the league, their state may be a little up and down in the second half of the game, is that right? Li Kaiyang thought for a while and said, yes, in the first half of the game, they have been playing in their best condition, otherwise they wouldn't have created such a terrible record, and all the opponents in the league also treated them in their best condition. Think about it, in this situation, they suddenly encountered a championship that can actually be won relatively easily. They may not relax in the game, but will treat the game more seriously. It's difficult to make them make mistakes at this time, and I don't want them to make mistakes at this time. However, after they win this championship, will their state in the second half of the game be as good as in the first half of the season? Li Jinx smiled slightly. Well, it will be hard for them to maintain such a good state. The human body has peaks and valleys, and it is impossible to maintain concentration all the time. This is not a problem that can be solved by adjustment. Li Kaiyang thought for a while and said, yes, that's the reason. In this way, there will be opportunities for us and Zheng in the second half. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, such numbers are really attractive. Li Jinx laughed. No wonder we had to bite Fifan tightly even if we were overdrawn in the first half. If we didn't fight so hard in the first half, we might have been left behind by a lot of points now. After all, Fifan's performance in the first half was really good. If their lead was enough, then even if their state fluctuated, it would be difficult for us to catch up. Li Kaiyang felt as if he had suddenly realized something. Zheng thought so too. Fifan couldn't have considered this, otherwise they wouldn't have been so fierce in grabbing points at the beginning, and they didn't slack off at all. They have big goals this year, so they want to gain as many advantages as possible in the league, but now our resistance is much more intense than they imagined, and they won't have much absolute confidence in the second half of the game. Li Jinx sighed. Isn't this something to be happy about? Li Kaiyang was stunned. I just think that this year's Fifan is too strong. If it weren't for our good performance, they would have made us lose the league early. What do you think of this performance? Li Jinx sighed. Li Kaiyang shrugged. This situation won't last too long. Yes, fortunately it won't last long, but it's also my luck to meet such a team at the last moment of my peak. I think Lu Xiaoshan thinks so too. Li Jinx smiled gently again. At the same time, Lu Xiaoshan, who was fighting on the classical football field, let out a depressed roar. Zheng Qi, this stinky boy, wasted my vacation. Find a chance to kill him. Lu Xiaoshan was really depressed. He had planned to use this time to spend a good time with Wen Xiang, but was dragged by Zheng Qi to work as a laborer. This pit was dug by Zheng Qi himself in the first place. Now think about it, why bother? Chapter 653. All-round gap. Li Jinx's sigh and Lu Xiaoshan's roar did not affect Fifan and Zheng Qi's mood. For Fifan, they quickly adapted to the new days, training online every day and resting offline. However, they did not seem to see Zhu Shan and Meng Fan in the cafeteria every time, and they did not care too much. They did not know this until the end of the game. Of course, this is a story for later. The next game is the East Asian Cup semi-finals, and the opponent is Iwata Jewels. Fifan has already examined the level of this team very clearly, and has enough confidence in this semi-final. Fenking and others have begun to collect information on the other two teams participating in the semi-finals: Seoul Red Devils of South Korea and Delhi Fireworks of India. With an excellent tactical department, they will also take some advantages in this regard. The current confrontation is no longer just a confrontation between two teams on the field, but a comprehensive competition of the club's strength, the coach's wisdom, reaction, tactical command, the club's collection of intelligence, familiarity with the map. All of this can affect the final outcome of the game. Although Fifan is a new club, it has developed very quickly in these aspects. Compared with the top clubs, it is not bad, but has certain advantages. It is probably only in the guild that Fifan develops slowly, with quantity but no quality. However, it is only the guild that cannot be achieved overnight. Fifan's foundation is still very shallow, but at the competition level, they are not afraid of any player. The whole team of Iwata Gems was still very confident before the game. Although they knew that Fifan was very strong, in short, there was no Chinese club that could participate in the East Asian Cup that was not outstanding. But precisely because of this, they did not mean to be afraid. If you don't fight, you'll go home. If you fight, maybe, probably, or perhaps, there is still a chance of victory. Amid the shouts of fans, Fifan's players took the initiative from the beginning of the game. Iwata Gems chose a very conservative tactic. They took a defensive stance from the beginning, blocking from the midfield, and then retreating step by step, wearing down Fifan's fighting spirit and energy. This is the only way for a weak team to beat a strong team. It is just one word: drag. Try to drag until the opponent makes a mistake, and then seize it yourself. Although this possibility is very small, it is the most feasible way. Fifan is also steady and patient with the opponent. As soon as the two sides come into contact, Fifan knows that this opponent is different from the three opponents they have met before. It has the strength of a Super League team. Although it cannot compare with the strong teams in the Chinese Super League, it is at least in the upper middle level. Teams in the same professional league have different strengths, but there is no essential difference. Such opponents cannot be relaxed. After all, Zheng Qi has lost to the bottom team more than once or twice. Fifan also suffered a lot from weak teams last year. In a league, strong teams often have an advantage over weak teams in the winning rate. It is not uncommon for them to be bitten hard by the opponent in a single game. This is why Mingfan and Zhu Shan, who had a good chance of winning the championship in last year's game, almost consciously let Fifan suffer more losses in the game to learn some lessons. If you don't learn this lesson once, you won't know what pain is. Under such circumstances, this year's Fifan can grow up quickly, and never relax mentally. Even if they won 3 easy games in a row before, they would not make any mistakes in the game. Under Fifan's steady suppression, Iwata Gems' defense line was gradually compressed. They did not panic, but waited for Fifan to have loopholes. This approach seems conservative, but in fact it is difficult for the attacking side to not have loopholes, as long as they can grasp it. The players of Iwata Gems are all strong and experienced. They are very patient in the confrontation and are prepared for a long-term confrontation. However, they themselves did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. Generally speaking, after a fierce attack for a while, they will slow down and let the players rest. Fifan is no exception. This is called attack and defense conversion. However, soon, Fifan revealed a flaw in an attack and defense conversion. The player who responded did not come up in time and made a very obvious mistake. Perhaps because it was too obvious, the players of Iwata Gems were not prepared and just let it go. Seeing that Fifan quickly made up for such a flaw, the head coach of Iwata Gems regretted it to death. He criticized a few words in the team channel, asking the players of Iwata Gems to pay more attention and be ready to counter-attack at any time. What he didn't know was that Zhu Shan was also complaining in his heart at this time: "You didn't catch such an obvious flaw, you are really useless. Do you think it's easy for us to reveal such a natural flaw without leaving any trace?" But complaining is complaining, and the game still has to continue. After revealing such a flaw, Fifan's attack was very complete. They kept pressing the attack, constantly launching attacks, reducing the opponent's physical value, and sometimes suddenly launched a strong attack, trying to kill 1 or 2 players of the opponent to create opportunities. Fifan is of course very familiar with this tactic. They have long been accustomed to playing like this in the league. This is where Chinese clubs are strong. The intensity of their games is temporarily unmatched in Asia. Just like at this moment, Fifan actually felt a very normal game intensity, but in front of Iwata Gems, it was a very oppressive attack. It would be fine if they just had to hold on with strong pressure, but for them, the extraordinary attack was very strange. Sometimes it was like a soft knife slowly sharpening, and sometimes it suddenly burst out and launched a strong attack. There was no pattern at all, which made them always have to be on edge. This Chinese club feels better than the previous Changfeng and Teen Head. Maybe their grinding wheel style attack is not as good as Teen Head, and their violent storm-like attack is not as good as Changfeng, but they have combined the strengths of both teams and can switch back and forth between these two offensive methods freely. No wonder they can show such an excellent state in the Chinese Super League this year. The official commentator of the East Asian Cup side, while the Chinese commentator Yuan Fei was beaming with joy. Well done, Fifen has firmly suppressed the opponent. Although they haven't scored yet, they have kept themselves in good condition, which is very important. With the advantage on the field and sufficient protection for themselves, it is only a matter of time to take the lead. Yuan Fei's vision is naturally very good. When explaining domestic games, he may have to maintain suspense or maintain a neutral attitude, but when it comes to international games, his judgment is often made in advance and is very accurate. This is also that case. After suppressing Iwata Gems for 10 minutes, Fifen scored a goal. This is a goal that looks a bit lucky, but Fifen fans know that it is definitely not a lucky goal. Ben Shikai-Ang's leading attack tore through the opponent's defensive from an inconspicuous place, and then took advantage of the situation to gain an overall advantage. When the melee ended, all the players of Iwata Gems were eliminated, and Fifen still had 3 players on the field, and then easily scored the leading goal. Okay, the first one. Yuan Fei said happily. Just being ahead of the Japanese champions was not enough to make Yuan Fei very happy. However, Fifen's performance in the game made Yuan Fei know that they did not have any emotional fluctuations in the game for any other reason. This was more important than anything else. The Iwata Gems, which was hit, launched an attack. Now they were behind. If they did not attack, they would die. Fifen would certainly not take the initiative to recover the defensa. They quickly launched an interception in the midfield, and blocked the attack of Iwata Gems very toughly. Although they were unable to take the ball back, they continued to dissolve the attack of Iwata Gems and did not retreat a step in the midfield. This style of play is of course a very effective style of play, and it also seems very strong. However, Iwata Gems is still insisting, waiting for Fifen to make a mistake. People will make mistakes, and Fifen is of course no exception. In another attack and defensa conversion, Fifen made a mistake similar to the previous one. With the lessons learned in front of them, Iwata Gems would certainly not let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately began to launch a fierce attack on this floor, investing a large number of troops, trying to defeat Fifen's defensa in one fell swoop. Being hit in the joints will of course cause some problems, and Fifen is no exception. Their players began to retreat, while the players of Iwata Gems began to collectively press forward, trying to tear the hole open again. They successfully tore the hole open, but the players of the Chinese professional clubs who were watching the game shook their heads and sighed. Tearing a hole in Fifen in the midfield, can such a thing be done casually? Even if it succeeds, it is just suppressing the opponent to the front of the goal. Once it fails, it means actively jumping into the opponent's encirclement. Now Iwata Gems has actively jumped into Fifen's encirclement. They thought they had torn a hole in Fifen's defense line, but in fact they were counterattacked by Fifen. When the overwhelming large-scale skills bombarded down, their auxiliary player was first killed by Zheng Qi, who emerged from the chaotic army. Without the support of the auxiliary, Iwata Gems resisted for less than a few seconds, and the entire defense line collapsed, and Fifen began to chase all the way. Iwata Gems is doomed. When wanted to say, Fifen controlled the speed of the chase accurately, and kept clearing the opponent's players one by one. When they chased to the front of the opponent's defense line, Iwata Gems only had time to set up a weak defense of 4 players in front of the defense line, and then completely collapsed under Fifen's fierce attack. Fifen expanded his lead. The gap in all aspects, there is nothing to say. This was Yuan Fei's final evaluation. Chapter 654. The source of confidence in Delhi Fireworks. I really want to say that we will meet a strong opponent next, but my conscience prevents me from saying so. In the tactical meeting before the East Asian Cup final, Zhu Shan said this with a smile, which made the Fifen players laugh. They couldn't help but be happy. In the semi-finals just past, they also easily defeated their opponents. The score of 5-0 was not particularly exaggerated, but it was also an overwhelming victory. Although Iwata Gems caused some trouble to Fifen at the beginning, in fact, compared with the trouble they caused, how to set traps for them to jump into was more exhausting for Fifen's spirit. With Fifan's strength, even if they didn't dig pits for the opponent to jump into, they could still win. It's just that Fifan wanted to try out various tactics in the game. This kind of opponent is not very strong, but can create some troubles. In fact, it is rare to encounter a game where the opponent is not very strong, but can create some troubles. In such a game, trying some new tactics can not only increase experience, but also create some observation troubles for other opponents. Why not? The opponent in the final is the Delhi Fireworks from India. They defeated the Seoul Red Devils 3-2, 1-inch another semi-final and entered the final of the East Asian Cup for 6 consecutive years. This is a brilliant record. After all, being able to win to the East Asian Cup finals for 6 consecutive years proves that this team has also dominated the strongest league in East Asia except China in the past 6 years. It is not easy to do this. Of course, this is also an embarrassing record. They have dominated the entire Indian Super League for 5 consecutive years and reached the East Asian Cup finals for 6 consecutive years, but they were defeated in the finals for 5 consecutive years before that. It is also a joke to say this. They were ravaged by Zheng Qi in turn before. They were defeated by Zheng Qi 3 times and Qi twice in 5 years. This time is the 6th time. The opponent is not Zheng Qi or Qi, but Fifan. If it is still like this, how embarrassing it will be for the Fireworks in Delhi. Unlike Iwata Jewels, Delhi Fireworks has many famous players. Their captain Samite is a well-known player in the entire East Asia region. He is known as the captain of the first auxiliary team in India. Their top offensive player Galawa is also well known. It is only after these two young and strong top players joined forces that Delhi Fireworks has achieved the feat of dominating the Indian League for 6 consecutive years. However, whether it is Samite or Galawa, whether they are the first auxiliary player or the first offensive player, they are useless in front of Zheng Qi and Qi. Compared with Lu Xiaoshen's powerful attack, Galawa seems to be unable to attack. Compared with Li Qing's meticulous plan, Samite is also like a semi-retarded person with intelligence below the average. Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing came one by one, and the two of them joined forces, but they couldn't handle it. It was so miserable. So this time when they met Fifan, although it was a pity that they didn't meet Zheng Qi and Qi again, Samite and Galawa felt relieved at the same time. However, another person didn't think so. The new star that Delhi Fireworks discovered this year is Nandina, who is only 17 years old. Yes, this is a female player. She just stood out among the players this year, created a strong character, possessed excellent attributes, and quickly became the main player of Delhi Fireworks. Unlike Samite and Galawat, Nandina is a typical opportunistic shooter. Although she is inconspicuous on the court, she is attracted by her beauty and perfect body shape. When the game starts, she is like an invisible venomous snake, ready to give the opponent a fatal blow at any time. As mentioned before, opportunistic shooters seem to be a bit low, unable to create opportunities but only to seize opportunities, but in fact there will be many opportunities in any game, it depends on whether you can seize them. Nandina obviously has an extraordinary talent in this regard. She has a keen sense of smell and can always seize opportunities in seemingly impossible situations. That's why she was able to occupy a place in the main force through her outstanding performance just after entering the first team of Delhi Fireworks, and became a core player who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Samite and Galawa. In the words of the Chinese League, this is a predetermined best newcomer and god-level player. Such a newcomer is of course very outstanding. The Chinese League has been lucky in recent years. It has produced 3 outstanding best newcomers. It is actually very rare to be rated as a god-level player in the same year. For example, Shi Yonfei was also that best newcomer before, but he was not rated as the best player in the same year. It was through 1 or 2 years of continuous outstanding performance that he squeezed into the ranks of god-level players. Becoming a god-level player in 1 year and becoming a god-level player in several years are completely different levels. From this perspective, it can be seen that Delhi Fireworks is indeed one of the top teams in India. The team is indeed full of good players. In the Chinese League, there are not many teams with 3 god-level players. In the past 2 years, there has been a trend of god-level players gathering together, and there are only 4 or 5 teams with such personnel configuration. Delhi Fireworks can have such 3 players, and the other players are all good players in the Indian League. This is enough to prove that they are suppressing other teams in the league with their powerful strength to achieve such good results. It is no exaggeration to say that if a national team is to be formed in India, even if Delhi Fireworks cannot take all the places, at least all of their main players can become part of the national team and take up half of the national team. There is no problem at all. Of course, this is impossible in the Chinese League. Now there are more than 30 recognized God-level players in the Chinese league. Considering that most of the God-level players are offensive, it is impossible for all of them to enter the national team, but the proportion will still account for a large proportion. At the same time, Li Qingxuan wants to take advantage of the auxiliary and defensive God-level players. However, even so, with FIFA's current overall level, they can only have 6 or 7 players selected for the national team, and there are many good players in other teams. This is enough to prove that the Chinese league is much stronger than the Indian league. However, the Delhi Fireworks, which has gathered many good players, still has the confidence to fight with the Chinese champion. Although they lost 5 times in a row before, it seemed like a laughing stock, but in fact, they did have a chance to win every time, but no one could stop Lu Xiaoshen's fierce attack, or resist Li Qing's tactical arrangement. Now without Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's, they have one more good player. For the Delhi Fireworks, they are not without hope. Although they can note through intelligence that FIFA's performance in this year's league is extremely outstanding, this is based on their overall level. In terms of personal ability, FIFA has many core-level players, but there is no Lu Xiaoshen or Li Qing's. In the finals of the past few years, Delhi Fireworks has managed to form a balance with the opponent, and even pushed the opponent to the brink of death many times. However, at such moments, either Lu Xiaoshen suddenly burst out wildly, or Li Qing's made a tactical arrangement like an antelope hanging on the horns, which instantly reversed the situation and made Delhi Fireworks feel that the loss was unclear. Losing just once would be fine, but they lost more than once to Zheng Qi. So they all felt a little traumatized. Even though they performed extremely well, they still lost to the opponent. Such a blow is a big one. And now, FIFA has become their opponent. Although they were shocked by FIFA's outstanding performance during the investigation, they were also relieved. FIFA is indeed very strong and complete. There are good players in all 3 lines. Each player is very outstanding, but they noticed that there is no player of Li Qing's or Lu Xiaoshen in FIFA. Maybe Zheng Qi, Shen Ruofei, Liu Shibo and others may reach the level of Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's in the future, but after all, the level they show now is only the top level. They are not as good as Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's, who can change the whole game situation with one person. Such a team is always difficult to play, but it does not make people feel powerless. In the past 5 years, Delhi Fireworks was indeed a little scared by Zheng Qi. Now they have a new one. Let's not talk about the strength comparison. At least psychologically, they will not feel any fear. I am very interested in competing with FIFA's captain. He seems to be an opportunistic shooter. Nandina said to Samite with a smile, with endless charm in her smile. Samite is a veteran, but he is still a little dizzy by Nandina's smile. This kid is too strong, only 17 years old, but so attractive. What will happen when he grows up? However, Samite is older and has seen the world, so he will not lose his composure. Moreover, although he is the captain, the most popular player in the club is not him, nor the top attacker Galawa, but Nandina, who has only joined for half a year. He will not be so lustful that he wants to do anything to Nandina. Be careful, Nandina. This team can get the qualification for this year's competition, which is enough to prove that they are the strongest team in China now. Although they don't have players of the level of Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's, as an extraordinary captain, Zheng Qi must be an excellent player. Samite reminded. Of course I know, that's why I'm interested in him. Nandina smiled slightly, full of infinite charm. I hope they won't be soft in the game, otherwise they can't show their strength and lose the game, then it's not my fault. Samite and Galawa looked at each other. According to the information, FIFA has 13 or 14 players who are not very old, only about 20 years old. If these young people with full blood see Nandina have any problems, then they can really look forward to it. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, as long as they don't intend to seduce, then they can't be blamed. Chapter 655. Are you stupid? In any case, before the final, the confidence of the Delhi Fireworks team was much stronger than before. Without the psychological pressure from the first 2 opponents, and with the confidence brought by the new players, they can at least face the extraordinary challenge with a relatively fair mentality. Entering the World Cup is our biggest wish in the past few years. Although we have failed in the finals for several consecutive years, we have tried our best. This is something that I and the retired seniors have no regrets about. However, having no regrets in the heart does not mean that there are no regrets in the results. This year, we want to make up for this regret. At the pre-match press conference, the captain of the Delhi Fireworks, Samite, said so. I really want to play against the masters from China. I hope they will not let me down. The newcomer Nandina licked her plump lips and said to the camera. You actually flirted in front of me. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Niaoliwa was very dissatisfied with this. The extraordinary players wisely didn't say anything like that. You know, although Niaoliwa is also a great beauty, and she's not too old, just over 20 years old, she seems to be a little bit behind Nandina, who's only 17 years old. If they agree with Niaoliwa's words, that's a bit against their conscience. If they refute Niaoliwa's words, they haven't reached the point where they think they've lived too long. Captain, let me deal with her when the time comes. Niaoliwa turned to Zheng Qi and said, Goodbye, Sister Nia, you should just focus on your promising job of killing people in a large area. Actually, you may not have much playing time in this game. Nandina is very good at sneak attacks. We have to focus on protecting Sujin, and we may not protect you and Zhengshu too strictly, so you will have to reduce your playing time. Isn't that something we've known for a long time? Zheng Qi said. How dare you talk to me like that? Niaoliwa looked at Zheng Qi in disbelief. This is for the game. Zheng Qi said. You've changed. You don't care about anything for the sake of winning or losing. Niaoliwa said bitterly, are you still the Dark Knight back then? Fifan and other contestants who didn't know about this all looked at Zheng Qi sideways. It seems like there's a story. Even though Zheng Qi was extremely thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush at this moment, and hurriedly explained, we didn't have anything else back then. Oh, others made meaningful sounds. Actually, the two of them have some relationship. Zheng Qi immediately shifted the blame, first pointing at Niaoliwa, then at Zhengshu. Niaoliwa was stunned, and Zhengshu, who was watching the fun, was also stunned. How could I like this little brat? Niaoliwa yelled. You went to the movies together yesterday. Zheng Qi said. Now everyone looked at Niaoliwa and Zhengshu couldn't help but ask back, how did you know? Niaoliwa rolled her eyes, go away. Taking advantage of the chaos in the scene, Zheng Qi pulled Sujin, and the two of them went offline at the same time. So you saw them when you went to the movies yesterday? Sujin looked at him with a half smile. Yeah, who would go to the movies these days? You can watch anything at home. Those who go, are they just friends? Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. Sujin blushed. Zheng Qi didn't realize there was anything wrong with what he said, but continued to pull Sujin. Let's go out and find a place to eat, otherwise they will find out that we are offline and come to find us offline, which will be annoying enough. Sujin nodded, and asked as he followed Zheng Qi away. We will also hold a press conference next, what do you say? What is there to say? In the past, every game didn't hold a press conference. As for those opponents, I don't even have the intention to attract hatred. Zheng Qi replied. Sujin couldn't help laughing, this is really the case. In the previous few games, Fifan didn't say anything at the press conference, but just answered a few questions as a routine, while the opponent made a lot of noise and then was easily beaten to death by Fifan after entering the court. Such an opponent really makes people not even interested in making enemies. But Delhi Fireworks is still quite strong, and they've officially begun to challenge us. Don't we need to respond? Sujin asked when they sat down at the table. Well, it's the final after all, so I'll respond to them. Zheng Qi thought about it and said. Don't pay attention to the Nandina. Sujin couldn't help but said this. Zheng Qi laughed out loud. How can I ignore her? Her characteristics are very similar to mine. I want her to know what a real opportunistic shooter is. Fang Yuan and Sun Fei are not my opponents, let alone this fledgling girl. So what? Sujin asked. So, how did I target Niaoliwa back then? I really haven't targeted anyone like this in the football era. Zheng Qi laughed, looking impatient. Sujin had no objection at this time. She and Niaoliwa had a good relationship. After all, there were only two girls in the club. It would be a disaster if they had a bad relationship. She had heard countless complaints from Niaoliwa, saying how ruthless Zheng Qi was at the time, and how much of a blow Niaoliwa's pure and young heart suffered. My menstrual period was disrupted by anger. When Niaoliwa described it so exaggeratedly, even Sujin couldn't help but sweat. But she also knew that Niaoliwa seemed to speak extremely exaggeratedly at ordinary times, but she was a fearless person. She could say such words, which must be because she lost so badly that time, which really left her with a big psychological shadow. It can be seen that if Zheng Qi is really interested in finding trouble with Nandina this time, after thinking about it, Sujin suddenly realized that she should mourn for this little girl who looked a little jumpy. Sure enough, when Fifan held a press conference the next day, Zheng Qi began to slowly attract hatred. Actually, we are a new team. Zheng Qi said to the reporters seriously. Our club was established 3.5 years ago, and this year is only our second year in China's top league. We are very lucky to qualify for the East Asian Cup this time. After all, we didn't win a championship last year. If we hadn't won the runner-up in the cup and Zheng Qi hadn't won the double crown, we would not have had the opportunity to participate in this year's Chinese Super Cup. In the Super Cup, we were lucky enough to defeat Zheng Qi so that we could enter the East Asian Cup. We are new here, and this is our first time participating in the East Asian Cup, and we made it to the finals, but our experience is definitely not as good as Delhi Fireworks. After all, we didn't have any experience before, and Delhi Fireworks already has 5 experiences. This is the 6th time. The Chinese reporters laughed softly. When Zheng Qi mentioned 5 experiences and 6 experiences, he emphasized his tone, and everyone knew why he said that. As expected of Zheng Qi, he stabbed people without mercy, and stabbed them in the most painful place. The Indian reporters showed indignant expressions, but what could they say? Zheng Qi did not say anything else, just expounded on certain facts. Delhi Fireworks has a long history and is a traditional strong team in the whole of Asia. We are not too lacking in experience, but our experience is different from that of Delhi Fireworks. We have experience in winning championships. In the past 3.5 years, we have won 4 championships. It is shameful that we have won fewer championships, but we are also poor in experience of losing in finals. We only have 2 experiences. Compared with Delhi Fireworks, we are naturally much worse. In the game 2 days later, I think we will not gain such experience anymore. On the contrary, Delhi Fireworks can add another experience of losing in the finals. Zheng Qi continued. The reporters were in an uproar. If they had been secretly insulting the other party just now, then now they were openly degrading. This straightforward method of attracting hatred did not seem to be Zheng Qi's usual practice. Captain Zheng Qi, are you confident about the upcoming finals? Have you ever thought about what will happen if you lose? An Indian reporter asked loudly. No, things that have not happened in the past few decades are even less likely to happen to us. Zheng Qi dug his ears and answered. What if it happens? The Indian reporter asked. Then I will run 10,000 meters in the open air without a gas mask. Zheng Qi replied. This is a very heavy statement. With the current pollution situation outside, running 10,000 meters without a gas mask, that would really be courting death, right? Although with the current medical level, timely rescue will not kill people, but suffering for a while is inevitable. Zheng Qi said this, which really blocked his own way out, but Zheng Qi said so much, which really proved that Fifan was really confident. Otherwise, would Zheng Qi swear a poison or so for fun? Anyway, it is impossible to fulfill it, so he just said this casually. From this point of view, Zheng Qi and Fifan must have been sure of winning before they did this. The Chinese reporters left with satisfaction, the Indian reporters left indignantly, and Zheng Qi, who left the press conference arrogantly, was blamed by Su Jing. Why are you talking about this? There is no benefit. Su Jing said angrily. It's just a fake character. I make this bet. Doesn't it look stupid? There is no benefit if I win, and I will suffer if I lose. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Very stupid. Su Jing said unhappily. Then the Delhi Fireworks may use this to provoke my emotions and cause us to have some problems in the game. We prepare in advance and can take advantage of them. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. It's much better to be prepared like this than to think about what other ideas they have. Chapter 656. A different game. Sure enough, when the news of the press conference reached the Delhi Fireworks, they were all very angry. Zheng Qi's arrogant behavior was really annoying, especially to their opponents. Sometimes, it depends on talent to attract hatred. In fact, in terms of personality, Zheng Qi is not particularly special. He is more jumpy, sometimes whimsical, and sometimes a big mean. He can't stay idle for a while. In fact, this is the appearance of an ordinary energetic young man. And his smiling face can easily attract the favor of others. This is the appearance of a young man who can be seen everywhere, working hard and cheerful. But such as Zheng Qi, when he attracts hatred, always makes people feel itchy. Of course, if you stand on his side, you will feel very satisfied, because such a guy will spare no effort to attract hatred, but he can always make the other party lose his mind. Now the Delhi Fireworks has lost some of his mind. Zheng Qi's words were too harsh, directly spraying them where they hurt the most. These words could be said by the boss of Chain 14 Head. After all, they have long proved their super strength. You are just Zheng Qi and Fifan, why are you so arrogant? Although you have performed well in the Chinese Super League this year, you have not yet won a truly valuable championship. Any team is definitely different before and after the baptism of the championship game. Although any team has gone from having no championship to having a championship, in this regard, we are on the same starting line with you. What do we have to be afraid of? Galloway, who was more impatient, wanted to hold another press conference at the time to criticize Zheng Qi, but was stopped by the more mature Samite. There is no point in arguing. They are so arrogant now, and it will be reflected in the game. We can also make good use of this. Remember, stay calm, otherwise, we still have no chance of winning. Samite said. The captain is right. The strength of the Chinese champions is always outstanding. If we fail to take advantage of all the conditions and instead lose our composure, there will be big problems. Nandina said with a smile. Nandina was smiling at the moment, and she did not have the personality that wanted to show her characteristics at the press conference. Galloway looked at Nandina in surprise and sighed in his heart. The young people nowadays are really amazing. Was the attitude shown at the press conference just the personality she wanted to show? Using this to make the opponent misjudge, this mind is really deep. However, Galloway's confidence soon increased. With such a young player joining, although it has not been long, Nandina's characteristics do not need to have a high level of tacit understanding with teammates, and the team's competition ability can be improved a lot. In the game with the same lack of experience, the confidence should be much greater. Maybe we can really make a breakthrough this year. When was the last time that the Indian team made it to the World Cup? Galloway didn't know, but he at least knew that this period of time was much longer than his own age. Maybe his father had seen the moment when the Indian team entered the World Cup when he was a child. For such a long time, no one could do it. If they made a breakthrough, how glorious it would be. Thinking of this, Galloway was a little excited, but he also knew that he hadn't won the championship and the qualification for the World Cup yet, so it was not the time to be happy. In the next game, I will fight with all my strength, he said to Samite and Nandina very seriously. Of course, this is what all of us think. Samite patted his shoulder and replied. I'm no longer interested in the Indian League games. The last game against the Korean team was very exciting. I hope it will be more exciting to play against Fifan. Nandina smiled with narrowed eyes. This expression is often not very good looking, but it does not damage her charm at all. This little girl, even if she shows such an expression on the court, it is equivalent to a skill. Samite and Galloway thought in their hearts at the same time. Because the Delhi fireworks did not respond to Zheng Qi's words, the Chinese media felt a little disappointed. After all, it takes two sides to quarrel. If only one side speaks, there will be no quarrel at all. How can there be excitement without quarreling? The Indian media breathed a sigh of relief. If there is a war of words, they will definitely not take advantage. After all, the advantages of Chinese clubs were too great before. Although those advantages and history were not created by Fifan, as a Chinese club, they can naturally use the achievements of other Chinese clubs to hit the other side in the face, and the other side can only stand by. Who let them represent China now? Such a war of words, India suffered too much, and it was just right not to respond now. In such a quiet, 2 days passed quickly. On July 20, the fans of Fifan went to the scene with great enthusiasm, waiting for the moment when Fifan lifted the East Asian Cup. Yes, they are so confident. Maybe they didn't have this confidence in domestic competitions, but when Fifan got the opportunity to participate in the East Asian Cup, they thought that this championship was already in Fifan's pocket. Such confidence is not given to them by Fifan, but by the glorious record of Chinese clubs in the past decades. Perhaps when the professional league just started, Chinese clubs were on the same level as other Asian clubs. However, after Chinese clubs played their human advantages, they gradually had more opportunities to participate in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup, and at the same time they got more training. After these trained teams returned to the league, they in turn forced other teams to improve faster. After forming a virtuous circle, the level of Chinese clubs also rose day by day. From this perspective, the Chinese habit of looking down on others has played a big role. Those who can become god-level players are basically unwilling to accept each other and occupy a team respectively, making the competition in the Chinese Super League very fierce. In such a fierce battle, everyone's level will of course improve faster. After the overall level rises, the best ones will also become more outstanding. If they don't become better, they will be eliminated by others. This situation has created the unique height of the Chinese League and the glory of Chinese clubs dominating the East Asian Cup. Although most of Fifan's fans are new, under the influence of such an atmosphere, they also regard the East Asian Cup as a short thing for Fifan Club. Such a mentality is actually a hurdle for Fifan Club. Before, no matter how good their performance in the league was, if they failed occasionally, it would not affect the expectations of FIFA fans, because the expectations of FIFA fans were not high enough to be abnormal. However, in the East Asian Cup, they cannot afford to fail, because there is another level of national significance in it. Such significance is unquestionable. In such a situation, if they represent the country and win, they will certainly be able to gain more important praise and honor. Such significance is more important than winning a league championship, even though everyone knows that the overall level of the East Asian Cup is much inferior to that of the Chinese league. But precisely because of the great inferiority, there is no room for any mistakes. If they lose the East Asian Cup and fail to win the championship, not only will the fans of other clubs be dissatisfied with FIFA, but even the fans of FIFA itself will also be extremely dissatisfied. This situation is not unique to FIFA. After Chinese clubs began to dominate the East Asian Cup, such pressure will be on every Chinese club participating in the East Asian Cup. In the previous years, Chinese clubs have won the East Asian Cup. This great heritage must not be ruined in their own hands. This is the same mentality and voice of all Chinese clubs participating in the East Asian Cup. Of course, such pressure is also the key to motivating them to perform more seriously in the East Asian Cup. Even teams like Zheng Qi, which can participate in the East Asian Cup continuously, will not relax their vigilance because of the low level of the East Asian Cup. After all, no matter how low the opponent's level is, it is also a professional level. If you think you can win against a professional team by playing casually, it would be too naive. But in this way, Zheng Qi's performance seems to be unreassuring. He has always been very frivolous, and everyone is used to it. However, he still behaves so frivolously in the East Asian Cup, which inevitably makes people feel that this person seems a little unstable. FIFA's fans didn't think so. They believed in Zheng Qi and FIFA immensely. However, fans of other clubs or neutral fans who are following the East Asian Cup would inevitably have opinions. Of course, their opinions would not affect the closed FIFA club throughout the event, as long as the FIFA players did not watch the news offline or accept interviews. They only needed to attend a press conference before each game, and it would not affect them at other times. Of course, if they wanted to hold multiple press conferences, they could, as long as they wanted. In the expectation of fans from both China and India, the final of the East Asian Cup arrived as scheduled. Many people have been looking forward to this game for a long time. FIFA was waiting calmly, while Delhi Fireworks had more desire and expectations for this game. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en cines fuertes invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 657. Targeting. As the final of the East Asian Cup, this match is of course very popular. Although the level may not be as high as the peak confrontation in the Chinese league, in competitive games, the highlights are not only the level, but other things. Just like when classical football was at its peak, the level of European clubs was already the strongest in the world. Many powerful clubs were stronger than any national team. The European Champions Cup they participated in represented the highest level. However, in terms of attraction and significance, it still could not be compared with the World Cup at the time, even though the World Cup at the time had expanded to 48 teams, which was a mixed bag. This is the special feature of competitive sports. The level is of course an important thing, but it is not everything. It is precisely because of this that every year, the final of the East Asian Cup is watched by countless Chinese audiences. Maybe the participating party is not the club team they support, but at this time, it does not prevent them from watching the game as a Chinese. When Zheng Qi and Tina were cutting melons and vegetables in the East Asian Cup before, they were very interested in watching. Now that it has changed to FIFA, they are also interested in watching, mainly to see how this team performs in the East Asian Cup. Of course, FIFA had also done the same thing in the previous matches, which did not surprise them and made them feel very satisfied. After all, they had maintained the fine tradition of the Chinese club. However, to truly maintain the fine tradition, they had to win this final. When the players from both sides came out, the FIFA players were shocked. Because the venue clearly showed the number of people watching the game, this was more than any other league peak game, with a viewing number of over 60 million, of which 2/3 were Chinese viewers, and the rest were Indian viewers. It's terrible, the highest attendance rate in the league I know is only about 40 million, right? It's 50% more. Zheng Qi said while eating. Of course, this is a national level game. Bin Shikai said with a smile. The Fifan young players were silent. It was not until this time that they really felt the true meaning of the national level game. In the previous matches, there were quite a lot of spectators, but not too many, especially in the first 3 rounds because the opponents were too bad, so the number of fans watching on site was about the same as that of an important league match at ordinary times, so Fifan didn't feel anything. It was just that there were more people in the last round against the Japanese club, and Fifan had never been so shocked. Many things can't be understood without personal experience. What's wrong? Are you feeling stressed? Zheng Qi turned around and asked all his teammates. At this time, his tone was full of the kind of tone that was more like asking for a beating, making others want to beat him up again. Of course there's no pressure. Fifan's players waved their fists and shouted. Of course they couldn't admit defeat at this time, otherwise they would be laughed at by Zheng Qi, right? That's good, don't hold me back later. Zheng Qi said indifferently. Others booed, expressing their greatest contempt for him. See, this is his ability. Not only can he attract hatred, but he can also make everyone feel that they must not lose to this guy. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan with a smile. In the short term, this guy's existence is like a whip, making it impossible for others to slack off. Zhu Shan sighed, but in the long run, there are always disadvantages. Let's take care of the present first, and we'll talk about the future later. Meng Fan smiled. Zhu Shan nodded. Running a club is indeed like this. Although there must be long-term plans, if you can strive for honor in the short term, you must strive for honor. You can't use the future as an excuse to affect the present. Samite and others who were watching the Fifan team from a distance began to feel that this game might be more severe than they imagined. The Fifan group seems to be very motivated. Samite whispered. Yes, in this case, it will not be easy to deal with. Galois nodded. This will definitely be very interesting. Nandina said so. The players from both sides began to meet in the center of the field. The handshake at the beginning was the etiquette of the game. As the captain, Zheng Qi was of course the first to shake hands with the opponent, and then he shook hands with Samite first. I'm very happy to have this game. Samite said politely. I'm happy too. Zheng Qi replied. We will win this game. Galois, who came up to shake hands with him, said so. Really? Well, the past is not important anyway. Zheng Qi replied. Galois walked away angrily. Although he had prepared himself mentally, it was still different to be slapped in the face. You were a very interesting person. Nandina came up to shake hands with Zheng Qi, and then said with a smile. Although she didn't like this woman, Niaohua, who was next to Zheng Qi, had to admit that this little goblin was really pretty when she saw Nandina. The key is that she is still young. Oh, really? You will find a more interesting side of me during the game. Zheng Qi replied. Hearing this, Niaohua suddenly felt that she had calmed down. Because she knew that this little goblin would definitely be very miserable next. Yeah, I look forward to the game. Nandina didn't seem to hear anything else, but answered with the same smile. Apart from her, the players of Delhi Fireworks didn't show any good faces to Zheng Qi, but no one talked to him, so Zheng Qi was relieved. After the two sides shook hands, they began to disperse on the field and prepare for the start of the game. Nandina, after the game starts, pay attention to the two female players on the other side. The head coach of Delhi Fireworks said in the team channel. Nandina nodded. She certainly understood what the coach meant. The two female players on the other side are actually very important. Su Jing is the only auxiliary core. Although she has no offensive ability, with her on the field, the entire extraordinary endurance is very outstanding. Niaohua is a player who can complete a large-scale skill suppression. Everyone can use this skill, but it is difficult to use it well. Moreover, players who are proficient in the use of this skill can fully demonstrate super strength with the right tactics and the support of the whole team. In other words, under the right environment, such a player can play that power of 2 or even 3 or 4 players concentrated fire. Of course, there are pros and cons. Few players choose their direction in such an extreme way. This is because if they want to form such power, they have to use heroes with large range skills like pure auxiliary players, and at the same time, they will try their best to enhance their offensive ability. When the attribute points are always capped, it will inevitably affect the increase of other attribute points. In other words, except for the moment of covering the attack, at other times, such players are difficult to help their teammates, but need the protection of their teammates. In terms of self-protection ability and other aspects, the two female players Fifan are very average, but in an environment suitable for them, they can play very well. Such players, of course, need to be actively targeted. Of course, in general games, such players will also be closely protected by their own side, and it is difficult to target them even if they want to. But Nandina is an excellent opportunistic shooter. Such players are more like assassins on the field. They appear at critical moments and kill with one shot. Killing the opponent's relatively fragile auxiliary is a very important thing. Therefore, this task will inevitably fall on Nandina. If they want to fight against Fifun, the Delhi Fireworks will appear to be weaker in overall strength. However, if they can kill the two assistants of the opponent, take advantage of the number advantage, and instantly gain the advantage, and then defeat the opponent, who can say that it is impossible? Nandina answered confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. Her confidence is certainly not in vain. In the Indian League, as long as she wants to kill the opponent, no one can save herself. This is not because the level of the Indian League is too poor, in fact, it is not bad. The reason why there is such a high kill rate is because Nandina's level is indeed very good. She has excellent operation level and explosive power, and at the same time she is very forbearing and has excellent judgment ability. Every time she shoots, she is quite sure, making the opponent unavoidable. In the Indian League, she, Nandina, is a famous beauty snake. Beautiful, but dangerous. Even if Fifun knew the situation of Delhi Fireworks very well, it would be difficult to learn such details within 1 or 2 days. Moreover, as the strong side, the Chinese club is always in a relatively high position, looking down on all opponents. With a high position, of course some places cannot be seen so clearly, which is also an opportunity for Delhi Fireworks. However, what Delhi Fireworks did not expect was that Fifun did not think so highly of himself. In addition, Mengfan and Zhushan ignored them intentionally or unintentionally. They did not enjoy anything in the competition space during this period. They spent more time training and getting familiar with their opponents. The tactical department led by Fenking, together with Zhushan and others, had already studied Delhi Fireworks thoroughly. Although Nandina is a newcomer who debuted this year, her characteristics are too distinct and too eye-catching. How could Fifun not notice this? Delhi Fireworks wanted to use this to trick Fifun, but Fifun had already expected it. This is very important. Knowing what conspiracy the opponent will use to attack and carrying out targeted tactics will give Fifun the upper hand in the game. This is much better than not knowing what tactics the other party will use and having to pay more attention and be distracted in all aspects. Chapter 658. Seizing the weakness. As a professional team, they naturally acted very quickly after the game started. The maps of the intercontinental games are different from the maps of the domestic leagues. Everyone knows this. The maps of each country are actually different, but the heroes are the same. For this reason, other countries are very dissatisfied with the football era game, thinking that there are too many Chinese heroes in it and few foreign heroes. However, there is nothing they can do, because football era is made by a Chinese. Until now, no one has understood the operating mechanism of football era, let alone where the so-called server is. Naturally, even if they are dissatisfied, they can only bear it. The heroes are the same, but the maps of each country are different, and they are closer to the maps familiar to their own countries. In this case, the maps of the intercontinental games and the world games solve this problem. They have nothing to do with the maps of all national leagues. They are all newly generated maps, but the details are always subject to certain rules. There are all kinds of obstacles, and there will be all kinds of random damage in the later stages of the game. Players need to gradually adapt to it in the game, which also increases the contingency and freshness of the game. The map of this game is relatively complex. There is a dense forest in the center of the venue, but it can't completely block the two sides. It just blocks the line of sight. There will also be cities, rivers, mountains and other things. It depends on who can be familiar with the map earlier. At the beginning of the contract, naturally no one dared to split up, but acted collectively to explore the terrain. Both sides were exploring the terrain, and soon they explored all the terrain of their own side, and then met in the center. As soon as they met, Delhi Fireworks was surprised. Nialiwa is not on the field, only Su Jing is there. Nandina said. Then prepare to sneak attack Su Jing and fight them first. The head coach of Delhi Fireworks said. The two sides quickly started to contact on the field. The attributes and confrontation between each other would test each other when they first contacted. After all, attribute points can be adjusted at any time. Although few people will make major adjustments, fine-tuning is inevitable. After the two sides contracted, they immediately had a certain understanding of each other's strength. It's worthy at being the Indian champion. The attribute points are very high. The average attribute point is almost 800. Zhu Shan said with some surprise. Well, with these attributes, they are almost the same as the world-class teams. After all, they are the second strongest team in Asia. Meng Fan nodded. But their operation is a little worse. It seems that they are not under much pressure in the league. No wonder they can dominate the league. Niaoliwa said with some disdain on the bench. Others nodded. Although Niaoliwa seemed to look down on the other party, she hit the point. The reason why the Chinese league is so strong is because the level of the Super League is average. Every team will be greatly tested in the league, so they will get better training. After all, under such pressure, the players can get more training opportunities. The mechanism of the football era is different from the classical football in the past. In classical football, a club has 20 to 30 players, but there are only 11 main players. Even if they rotate, as long as there are no large-scale injuries in a season, generally only 14 or 15 players can get better training. Under the pressure of performance, few coaches can let go of young players. This can easily lead to a consequence that mature players who have fully grown up can get more opportunities to play, while young players who need a lot of games to grow up do not get many training opportunities. Many players who could have grown up lost the best growth opportunities and died because they could not play any games when they needed them most. What about the games in the football era? Even if it is the strongest team that needs the most results, every player in their team will have a chance to play. Those with good talents can gradually show their heads. As long as they have talent and don't commit suicide, they will have opportunities. Therefore, the more intense the competition in the league, the easier it is to train the overall level of the players, and then drive others to become more outstanding. After the overall excellence, there will always be some players who are superior to other players, which has formed the grand occasion of the emergence of high-level players in the Chinese league. From this perspective, although the Indian league is also very good now, most of their good players are concentrated in a certain team, which leads to the Delhi Fireworks dominating the entire league. It is not too difficult to beat other teams, if not to kill them in one shot. This certainly allows them to perform better in intercontinental competitions, but it has always suppressed the level of the entire league. This is not unknown to the Indians, but in the absence of experience in world competitions, if they disperse their strength, the competitiveness of the champions in the East Asian Cup will definitely be weakened. Faced with such a situation, they are also very embarrassed. The strengths and weaknesses of the league are clearly reflected in the East Asian Cup. After the two sides came into contact in the midfield, although Fifan rarely had a big advantage in attribute points, they still gradually gained the upper hand through operation and the leadership of several core players. Prepared to retreat and patiently tangle with them. The head coach of Delhi Fireworks began to give orders. During this period of confrontation, Delhi Fireworks has begun to be at a disadvantage, and the detection of the opponent's strength is almost complete. In this case, it will be a wise choice to gradually retreat, wear down the opponent's strength, and then look for flaws in the opponent's defense line. The players of Delhi Fireworks began to gradually retreat. It's not that they can't hold on. Although they are now at a disadvantage, they can still hold on for a while. It's just that if they retreat now, they can still maintain the initiative, retreat steadily, and not be defeated by the opponent. If they tangle with the opponent for a while, there may be no such good thing. In this regard, Delhi Fireworks can be regarded as experienced, and they will naturally not make such a mistake. Delhi Fireworks retreated steadily, and Fifan was steadily pressing forward. This is also a very particular thing, pursuit and counter-pursuit. If you are not careful when retreating, it may turn into a rout. If you are not careful when pursuing, you may fall into the opponent's trap and fall into a passive position. Fifan didn't make any big mistakes when chasing, which was expected by Delhi Fireworks. After all, although the team was only established a few years ago, their players have at least more than a year of experience in the top league. Who would believe that they would make such a low-level mistake? If they really did, it would mean there was a conspiracy. Delhi Fireworks was very clear about this. Although Fifan didn't rush, there were indeed some signs of disconnection when chasing. Such signs seemed to be because they didn't pay much attention, so some people rushed faster and some rushed slower. Don't rush to counter-attack, continue to retreat. The head coach said in the team channel. At this time, counter-attacks can certainly make up for the disadvantage a little, but it is only to make up for the disadvantage. It doesn't help much for the advantage of the whole game. If he wants to make a big one, he must have the opportunity to form a wave of counterattacks to seize the opponent's mistakes. Such a small advantage doesn't actually have much meaning. The players of Delhi Fireworks also understand this. They continue to retreat, and Nandina has been following her teammates to retreat, but she is constantly paying attention to Su Jing's position. Su Jing has always been protected by at least one player, and she is always in the most tightly defended place of Fifan's large force. If she is attacked, the teammates nearby can quickly return to defend. This is the status and treatment that a supporting core should have. However, in positional warfare, such protection is definitely enough. However, in pursuit warfare, there will be some problems. Su Jing is in the center of the formation, and Fifan's overall formation is now stretched. If he can appear beside Su Jing in time to kill the opponent, his teammates will be able to form a sufficient advantage with a counterattack. It's just that we have to wait for some opportunities. Delhi Fireworks still agrees with Nandina's ideas. As an opportunistic shooter, Nandina has great freedom in the offensive system of Delhi Fireworks. She cannot participate in the overall offensive and defensive, but just look for opportunities. When she expresses her ideas in the team channel, as long as the head coach agrees, everyone else will listen. Because her tactical ability in this regard is really amazing, and the opportunities she observes can often play a very good role. Of course, there are also examples of failure, but there is no such thing as a game without failure. When opportunities appear, we must grasp them well. Once successful, that is once. What's more, Nandina's tactics have a great chance of success. During the opponent's pursuit, Nandina and the two players can be quickly teleported to Su Jing with the teleportation skill. Nandina kills Su Jing immediately, and then the others launch a counter-attack, front and back attack, which can at least put the first half of the players in Fifan's pursuit into a great predicament, thereby gaining the advantage and initiative on the field, and pushing back. Even if Fifan can stabilize the position in front of his own defense line, Delhi Fireworks can also take the initiative. This overall tactical idea was originally set before the Delhi Fireworks game. Sees every opportunity to kill Su Jing. Although Su Jing is inconspicuous on the field, the key figures of Fifan's oppressive offensive are Su Jing, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai. Su Jing greatly enhances Fifan's endurance offensive ability, Bin Shikai can create opportunities, and Zheng Qi can seize opportunities. These three people are very important, but Su Jing is the most basic one. Killing Su Jing will greatly affect Fifan's tactics, and the counter-attack of Delhi Fireworks can also play a better role. Delhi Fireworks happens to have an opportunistic shooter like Nandina. If they don't work hard on this aspect, it can only mean that they have not made any pre-match preparations at all. Chapter 659. What operation? Fifan's pursuit was still going on. In the eyes of the audience, Fifan's pursuit was not out of touch. In fact, it was not. They just stretched their formation into a long strip, and their ability to connect with each other was weakened a little, but they were not out of touch too much. This was a normal pursuit situation. With the level of Fifan players, they could quickly make up for this. Even if one or two players were killed by the opponent's concentrated fire, they would definitely make the opponent pay a higher price. This was very clear to the Delhi Fireworks. However, they believed that the killing of ordinary players would certainly not have a big impact. In fact, except for the time when the large forces were concentrated in the fight, generally speaking, the players on both sides of the field were not all together. If there were one or two fewer people, the impact would not be particularly large. Every professional player had the experience of playing in such a situation. This was also the reason why there were very few players like Su Jing and Niaolua in other teams besides Fifan in the Chinese league, because their role on the field was too important, but they relied too much on the protection of their teammates. You know, although Li Qing's was also a player who needed the protection of his teammates, his self-protection ability was not bad. The fact that he could hold on for a period of time in a one-on-one duel with Lu Xiaoxin a few years ago is a good example of this. Therefore, the development trend of the league is that everyone has to become more and more versatile. Fifan is actually going against the trend, but their personnel composition is very good. So now Delhi Fireworks has seen this point and wants to give Su Jing, a core player who has a very obvious role but no self-protection ability, a good look. Nandina continued to run and hide her movements. It seemed that she was constantly retreating like other teammates, but in fact, her movement relied on the cover of her teammates, getting closer and closer to Fifan's formation. When Qi, Galawa and another player gathered together, Samite, who was retreating, quickly completed a chant while running. The teleportation skill is actually also based on operation. If it is not moving, such an operation can be completed by any player, but in high-speed running and retreating, it is very difficult to complete such an operation. As the captain of Delhi Fireworks, Samite naturally has his own strengths. After the chanting, white light flashed from Nandina and the other three, and the three disappeared at the same time. The next moment, the three appeared beside Su Jing in no particular order. The one protecting Su Jing was Zhu Yi. Gala forced Zheng Qi away as soon as he made a move, while another Delhi Fireworks player was protecting her. Nandina smiled charmingly and attacked Su Jing. Players like her have strong explosive power and lethality, and what they want is the explosive effect of instant output. Except for Jing's ultimate move, stabbing clean, no one can take away the opponent's player with one skill, and such an operation also has too many sequelae, and most people will not use it. However, as a player like Nandina, she can use the superposition of multiple skills to take away the opponent in the shortest time. Now this scene completely shows Nandina's level. At the moment of approaching, she used 3 skills at the same time, and each of them was used very well, all of which were stacked towards Su Jing's vital points. She could almost imagine the birth of the scene of taking Su Jing away in one wave. However, this scene did not appear. It was not easy for Nandina to launch such a combo. She had made a lot of preparations in advance, so that she could launch a combo that could take away the opponent in one wave. So, after she launched it, it was almost impossible to make any changes. In other words, she could launch but not retract. Nandina didn't really care about this. After all, as long as she could achieve the tactical goal she wanted, it didn't matter whether she could retract or not. She had been practicing and strengthening. Although there was no effect now, she would always be able to launch and retract as she wished in the future. She was still young, only 17 years old. Generally, a player's operation level would gradually improve with age and experience, and would not be finalized until the age of 24 or 25. So Nandina never cared about whether she could launch or retract. Anyway, it didn't make much difference when she used it in the game now, and she didn't have the urgent desire to improve. If she played in the Chinese league, she might not think so. Zheng Qi, who was originally mixed in the first attack sequence, also suddenly appeared in front of her at this time. And when he launched a move, he used the same 3 combos as Nandina. The effects of skills can cancel each other out. Of course, it is not a tip for attack cancellation. Instead, after the damage collides with each other, it will be weakened a lot, and the effect of attacking the other party will also be much worse. So theoretically, after the same 3 combos, the physical value of both sides should have dropped by almost the same amount. However, what shocked Nandina was that after the skills of both sides collided, her physical value dropped much more than she imagined. In her estimation, after such a wave of confrontation, her physical value had dropped by at most 1/3, enough for her to turn around and run away. Because when she saw Zheng Qi appear in front of her, Nandina knew that this sneak attack had failed. Su Jing, who had been completely protected by the opponent, could not be killed by one blow again, and as long as Su Jing was still on the field, Tifan's offensive ability would be much stronger than they imagined. But it was too late. After 3 waves of combos, her physical value dropped by half. What surprised her even more was that after the 3rd wave of combos, Zheng Qi had a 4th wave of combos. This had exceeded her operational limit. This left her no time to dodge and avoid the vital points. She took all the damage from Zheng Qi's 4th wave of combos. As a result, she had half of her physical energy left, but after taking Zheng Qi's skill, it was immediately reduced to the bottom. Nandina, who had left the field in a flash, looked at Zheng Qi with endless resentment, but Zheng Qi didn't even look at her, and turned around and pounced on the Delhi Fireworks player who was protecting Nandina. Zheng Qi appeared too suddenly just now, and the player didn't even think about protecting Nandina. It turned out that this was not his limit. Nandina, who returned to the bench, thought a little lostly that she could deliver 3 combos in an instant, which was already a leader in the entire Indian League, but Zheng Qi was so much stronger than her. This was completely unacceptable to Nandina, but the facts were in front of her, and she had to accept it. At this time, the extraordinary bench was already laughing. Ha ha ha, this guy is so stupid. Don't you know that Zheng Qi's combo in this situation is only comparable to those few in the entire alliance? Niaoiwa laughed gloatingly, making others feel that it was a bit too much. Hey, what are you doing? You can laugh if you want to. Look at her expression. Are you starting to doubt your life, little bitch? Niaoiwa said. Well, after all, they are our opponents. It's not good to look down on them like this. The more honest Bin Xiaoqiang said. It's not good. I won't laugh anymore. But they're really stupid. They actually thought they could sneak attack us. We clearly knew that they had an opportunistic shooter. Would we give them such an opportunity? They actually jumped into the pit foolishly. It's really hard to describe. Niaoiwa held back her laughter. That's because they lack experience against strong teams. Although they are very strong and have the strength to challenge the championship in the league, they may not be as good as any of our mid-level teams in terms of experience against strong teams. Zhu Shan smiled slightly. Any new tactics in our league can only be rampant for a while, not forever. They have too many easy games in the Indian League. Coach, if that's the case, will it be so easy in the World Cup? Zheng Qi asked curiously. No, there are many strong teams in Europe and America, and the strong teams in Africa are not weak either. The teams that can participate in the World Cup are basically like us, with extremely outstanding levels and rich competition experience. Although Chinese clubs have a higher winning rate in the World Cup, they also lose a lot of times, because the competition in other continents is also very fierce. Zhu Shan replied. At this time, Fifan on the field had already taken the absolute initiative. After killing Nandina, Galawa and another Delhi Fireworks player who were surrounded were also killed. It was a good idea to want to blossom in the center, but it only took a moment for the blossom in the center to be surrounded on all sides. Fifan's outflanking made their numerical advantage on the field begin to grow, and then they chased them frantically. The Delhi Fireworks, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, went from an orderly retrieve to a rout. In such a situation, Fifan was very familiar with the pursuit. He steadily reduced the number of opponents all the way, and then occupied enough numerical advantage in front of the opponent's defense line. After Nialiwa, who came on as a substitute, opened the way with a large range of skills, Shinrao Fei easily scored a goal. 1-0, after a few minutes of entanglement, Fifan took the lead naturally. Chinese fans cheered loudly. Although they felt that taking the lead was a matter of course, as long as they could take the lead, it was still a happy thing. Of course, they didn't know that such a seemingly natural lead was the result of the cautious use of tactics by the Fifan players. The extraordinary players started their celebration on the field. It was always exciting to be in the lead on such a big stage. Wasn't it for this moment that they had trained and prepared so hard before? Compared with the excited and celebrating extraordinary players, the Delhi Fireworks players were much more gloomy. Chapter 660. Must-sees. Nandina was a little lost now. In this respect, perhaps Samite and Galawa, as well as other players of Delhi Fireworks, would not suffer such a huge setback so soon as she did. They all had the experience of participating in the East Asian Cup finals, that is, the experience of being ravaged by Chinese clubs. They knew how excellent the level of Chinese clubs was. Compared with them, it was like playing a different game. So what was it to be behind by 1 goal after the opening? They had experienced being behind by 3 goals, although it was not an experience worth boasting about. However, Nandina was different. She had talent, she was outstanding, she was proud, and she had never suffered such a failure. Especially in the part that she was most proud of, sneaking in and sniping, killing 3 people in an instant, taking the head of the general in the chaos of the army. She enjoyed such pleasure and was proud of her performance. In the Indian League, no one could resist her assassination, and no one could resist her smile. But such pride was easily shattered by Zheng Qi. She killed 3 people in an instant, and the opponent killed 4 people in an instant. The smile and appearance she was proud of could not even make this man show any mercy, otherwise, the 4th skill would not be so accurate. All of them hit her vital points, and no damage was wasted. Doesn't this man know what it means to be gentle and considerate? Nialiwa knew this a long time ago, so she was so gloating. Nandina, don't be discouraged. The opponent is definitely strong. Do you still expect to defeat them easily? This is something that no powerful predecessor has done in all these years. Samite's serious words awakened Nandina, and she nodded silently. I know. It's not difficult to accept that the captain of Fifan is better than you, but no matter how strong they are also human beings, and human beings have flaws. Let's patiently find their flaws and find that ray of opportunity to win. Samite continued to say that this captain who usually looks ordinary showed his brilliance at this moment. Nandina's confused eyes gradually became firm. Yes, the opponent is very strong. I should have known this a long time ago. Although Fifan is participating in the East Asian Cup for the first time, they were able to suppress champion teams such as Changqing and Tianhe in the Chinese Super League this year. Although the record of 21 wins and 3 draws seems to be a little worse than the record of 22 wins and 2 draws of Delhi Fireworks, it is an indisputable fact that the level of the Chinese Super League is 1 level higher than that of the Indian Super League. Even she knows how powerful the Chinese God-level players are. And as the captain of Fifan who suppressed all the God-level players this year, shouldn't Zheng Qi be known for his excellence? No matter how outstanding he is, I have to defeat him. Such a strong opponent is the goal I should pursue. Nandina waved her fist, and the charm in her eyes quickly turned into determination. Yes, you have to have such awareness. Galawa nodded. Let's go, let's fight them. Although they suffered a serious setback at the beginning, the Delhi Fireworks quickly changed their mentality and fought with Fifan on the court again. Their level was indeed not bad. After launching a counter-attack, they quickly fought with Fifan and even suppressed Fifan. Seeing Fifan gradually retreating, the Indian audience began to shout excitedly. It seems that this Chinese team is not that good to have such an advantage. You know, for these senior audiences, Zheng Qi and Tin He have never been at a disadvantage on the court in the past few years. Zheng Qi reacted strongly and always suppressed the opponent with the most violent attitude, just like a fierce general on the battlefield in ancient times, sprinting continuously, suppressing the opponent all the time, and picking the opponent off the horse. Although Tin He did not seem to be so violent, they were able to move forward steadily and advance steadily, making you seem like a bug caught in a spider web. No matter how hard you struggle, you can only sink deeper and deeper into the mud, and it is increasingly difficult to get out. In this regard, Fifan is much worse than Tin He and Zheng Qi. They are often at a disadvantage on the court, but, don't these guys think they really suppressed us? Niaoiwa said in disbelief. Yes, in the league, any team must be careful about their retreat when facing us who have the upper hand. They don't seem to be afraid at all. Zhuya was also a little surprised. As I said just now, this is a matter of experience and vision. They absolutely lack experience in fighting against us, and no matter how high their level is, it is not higher than Zheng Qi and Tin He. We can handle Zheng Qi and Tin He with ease, so we don't have to worry about their conspiracy. From this point of view, as long as we can perform normally, there is no possibility of losing to them, even if their overall attributes are almost the same as ours. Zhu Shan said. Well, if you want to be strong enough, you can't just rely on stacking attributes. Don't forget how we suffered in front of the super team before. At the time, our overall attributes were not much different from now. Meng Fan followed up. Fifan's players nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if Fifan had not fought his way through the bottom league and was often in a very dangerous state, Fifan's players would not have accumulated so much experience so quickly. You know, although Fifan has many geniuses, there are only a few people with talent. The others are either unwanted by super teams, or are members of the youth training of Class A teams, or are simply grassroots players. If they had not accumulated enough experience along the way, they would not be qualified to stand on such a stage. They had the account of God-level players very early, but until today, many of them are only at the level of normal professional players. Maybe the players of Delhi Fireworks are more talented than many Fifan players, and their character attributes are similar, but in terms of experience and performance against strong teams, they are much worse than Fifan. This is a problem of vision. If you were at the level of dominating a low-level league for a long time, then even if you have potential, it will be difficult to tap it. Just like a piece of ore, even if the foundation is extremely good, if it is not properly hammered to remove the impurities, then no matter how good the ore is, it cannot become good steel, let alone a magic weapon. Only after 100 times of tempering can steel be made, let alone a magic weapon. This is the biggest problem of Delhi Fireworks. Even if they realize this, learn from their mistakes and start from scratch, the entire Indian League will change drastically and become a model of competition among heroes, but that will be a long time in the future. More importantly, it will not help this game. Delhi Fireworks is of course cautious when they gain an advantage, but their caution is just normal caution. When suppressing the opponent, they must pay attention to not being successfully counter-attacked by the opponent. They never thought about what traps the suppressed opponent would have. Although in the East Asian Cup, Fifan's opponents are often inexplicably caught by the opponent when attacking and then counter-attacked successfully, in their opinion, this is because those opponents are too bad and the suppression is not strong enough, so Fifan will seize the opportunity. Now, as long as they are careful enough, they will not give the opponent such an opportunity. Nandina was still looking for opportunities. She didn't insist on finding Zheng Qi to settle accounts. After all, in the team confrontation, personal gains and losses were not too important. No matter how young she was, she understood this truth. She still focused on Su Jing. In such a confrontation, if Su Jing was successfully assassinated, the effect would be better. However, the protection around Su Jing was still sufficient, and she didn't find any opportunities, not to mention that the hateful Zheng Qi was always looming in the opponent's lineup. Zheng Qi didn't make a move, so she didn't dare to make a move. As the same opportunistic shooter, if one side didn't make a move, the other side would not easily make a move. Just like the mutual deterrence of nuclear weapons, the opportunistic shooter who didn't make a move could bring the greatest threat. I can exchange you, which is also a good deal. Nandina thought viciously in her heart. Zheng Qi didn't make a move, obviously because he was afraid of her sneak attack, not a threat to Zheng Qi himself, but a threat to Su Jing. In this way, Zheng Qi was restrained by Nandina, which was of course a very good thing for Delhi Fireworks. Although Nandina was young, she would not think that doing so was wronging herself, at least after being killed by Zheng Qi in person once, she would no longer think so. Do you think I will be anxious? I won't be anxious. I want to see if you will be anxious when you see that our team is at a disadvantage. Nandina stared at Zheng Qi and thought to herself. Then she found that Zheng Qi really seemed to be getting anxious. After a period of entanglement, Zheng Qi began to appear more and more frequently. This was not advisable for an opportunistic shooter. An assassin in the shadows could play the greatest role. How much of a threat could an assassin walking in the sun have? Now, Zheng Qi began to show up from time to time, helping his teammates to resist, and then disappeared. Although he was very cautious in the timing of each shot and did not put himself in danger, if he continued like this, there would always be mistakes. Should I assassinate Zheng Qi or Su Jing? Nandina began to think in her mind. When Zheng Qi attacked, it was her chance. She could sneak attack Zheng Qi or assassinate Su Jing, whose protection was weakened. However, it was a question that needed to be considered which of the two would be more beneficial. After she taught Zheng Qi a lesson, he would not be so arrogant and continue to help his teammates, right? So there was only this one chance, and she had to seize it. Chapter 661. Unmovable as a mountain. If Nandina follows her own heart, she will definitely choose to assassinate Zheng Qi. If she is given a deadline, she hopes it will be 10,000 times. It would be best to kill Zheng Qi to death, so that he would be terrified and never dare to face her on the field again. Of course, Nandina also knows that this is impossible, but it does not prevent her from imagining it so happily. However, she still calmly chose to kill Su Jing in the game. No matter how outstanding Zheng Qi is, he is just an attacker. Su Jing is the key to the endurance of the entire Fifan team. Without Su Jing, it is not only a problem of the endurance of the Fifan players. After getting used to the style of playing with injuries for injuries, as long as they don't die, they can quickly recover their physical value by retreating. Without Su Jing, the Fifan players will definitely have a very uncomfortable performance and state. This is not because their level is not enough, but after getting used to such a game environment, without Su Jing, they will definitely not be able to adjust temporarily. From this perspective, killing Su Jing has much greater tactical significance than killing Zheng Qi. Fifan is struggling to hold on now. Su Jing's endurance is a key to their ability to hold on. Without this key, can Fifan continue to hold on like this? Nandina really didn't believe it. So she began to wait for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity to completely destroy Fifan's defensor. As Zheng Qi attacked again and helped his teammates have a chance to breathe, Nandina's figure once again merged into the wind. This time she firmly believed that Zheng Qi would not have a chance to stop her. After all, no matter how outstanding a player is, he cannot break the rules of the system. This is indeed the case. At the same time as she disappeared, Zheng Qi was still on the front line of Fifan against the fierce attack of Delhi Fireworks. Nandina appeared beside Su Jing. However, she did not expect that Zheng Qi was not beside Su Jing at this moment, but there was another Fifan player who had just withdrawn. Shinranofei. And Shinranofei seemed to have known that Nandina would appear here. As soon as Nandina appeared, Shinranofei launched a series of fierce attacks, killing Nandina left and right, sweating profusely. Compared with Zheng Qi's attack, Shinranofei's attack was not so pervasive, not so tricky and sharp, but it was more fierce, with a sense of righteousness, but it was irresistible. Just one contact, Nandina's physical value was reduced by half again. This made her feel a little heartbroken. Her attribute points were also quite outstanding. More than 850 attribute points would be considered a top card anywhere, but first facing Zheng Qi, her physical value dropped quickly, and now facing Shinranofei, her physical value also dropped quickly. According to the fights between the two sides and the number of times she was injured, Nandina didn't need to calculate it deliberately, knowing that her physical value should not drop so quickly. Now it was naturally not that the system calculated the problem, but that the opponent's attack power was stronger than she imagined. How high is Shinranofei's attribute point? Is it over 900? Impossible, this is too cheating. Faced with such a fierce attack, Nandina could only choose to retreat, but Shinranofei did not stop, but bravely rushed over again, followed by a wave of counterattacks. Nandina didn't expect that her retreat would actually lead to Fifan's overall attack. Fifan, who seemed to be suppressed by Delhi Fireworks before, began to rebound violently, when Delhi Fireworks felt that the opponent had no chance. When Nandina retreated, the attention of other players of Delhi Fireworks was slightly distracted. Bin Shikai observed this opportunity and began to rush forward. Zheng Qi, who seemed to have just come up to support, did not retreat, but stayed on the front line. When Bin Shikai rushed forward, he began to follow up quickly. The two of them joined forces and immediately tore a hole in the defense line at Delhi Fireworks, and then rushed to Samite at the same time. Although the incident happened in a hurry, Samite still showed the strength and state of a top player. He began to counter-attack quickly, resisting the fierce attack of Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai. A captain who was in the hinterland and surrounded by heavy troops would be killed by the opponent's surprise attack, which would be a joke. He reacted very strongly, and his teammates followed up in time. 5 or 6 players simultaneously focused their fire on Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi, making the two who were so majestic just now look embarrassed. However, the head coach of Delhi Fireworks on the bench changed his face. Only by looking at it from multiple perspectives can we see the huge crisis hidden in the seemingly glorious Delhi Fireworks on the field. Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai were beaten badly, but outside, the other players of Fifan formed a sufficient encirclement. But it was too late to remind them. When Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai died one after another, Fifan's overall fire also arrived. This time, half of the players of Delhi Fireworks were killed. They were all players who had been left with low health in the counter-attack of Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai. Now they were almost unable to fight back after being attacked like this. The next thing was simple. The football controlled by Delhi Fireworks was refreshed. Fifan's players began to search separately, and they were the first to find that football and started their attack. The Delhi Fireworks, who were also scattered and searching, were partially eliminated by Fifan's concentrated forces during the process of concentration. When they gathered back to their own defense line, what was left was only a shabby back line. Fifan launched a fierce attack and scored another goal. Although half an hour had passed in the game, it was not too embarrassing to concede 2 goals to the opponent during this period of time, but the Delhi Fireworks still felt ashamed. It was indeed very shameful. Under the opponent's fierce attack, losing 2 goals was fine, but in their opinion, Fifan did not have much advantage in this half-hour game. They just seized 2 opportunities. If they lost the game like this, they would not be convinced. If the Delhi Fireworks really think so, then they will have no chance at all in this game. Li Qing sighed while watching the live broadcast. They can't be so confident, right? Although it seems that they have no advantage on the field, in fact, Fifan has been leading them by the nose. Don't they notice it? Otherwise, how could they seize 2 opportunities so easily, and then after seizing the opportunities, they didn't leave any chance for the opponent to make a comeback? Li Qing said. They are inexperienced, so it's normal for them to think so. Li Qing smiled slightly. And didn't you notice? Fifan's approach is actually very clever. They have been hiding their real advantage and playing in the time and venue of the finals they hope for, but Delhi Fireworks didn't notice it at all. They are really naive. Li Qing sighed. The naive Delhi Fireworks launched a counter-attack unconvinced. Although they may lack experience against strong teams, in the eyes of outstanding Chinese players, they are a team that looks strong but is actually full of flaws. However, they still have extremely outstanding strength and status after all. Such a team cannot be defeated casually. When they burst out, they can often have an extremely outstanding performance. Be careful, don't let them score. Zhu Shan said in the team channel. Of course, he was experienced and knew that this was often the time for the opponent to counter-attack. If he could withstand the opponent's attack and maintain the 2-goal lead until the end of the first half, or even expand it, then the second half of the game would be much easier. This was also clear to the whole team of Delhi Fireworks. They began to attack with gritted teeth, including Nandina, who was hit again. Nandina was indeed hit again just now. First, her judgment became a good opportunity for Fifan to counter-attack. Second, she met another guy who had no sympathy for women. Shinranofei attacked as if he didn't care about his life and didn't even look at her face. This hurt Nandina. But even if she was hurt, she didn't think about anything else. After all, not everyone is as stupid as in the book. If a man ignores me, then I will have a huge interest in him. If you dare to be cold to me, I will immediately be frightened. Women are not fools. She was just itching with hatred now, and wanted to rely on her outstanding performance to give each of the 2 men a hard slap in the face. However, it seemed difficult to do so. Zheng Qi and Shinranofei both left the court, and she began to vent her anger on other Fifan players. However, Lieshbo, who had just come on the court, laid a solid defense line with Fuladi, Zhuyi and other defensive players, constantly wearing down the spirit and fighting spirit of Delhi Fireworks. Now 3 of the 4 core players of Fifan have left the court. In addition to Liu Shibo, the only important players on the court are Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi. The others are substitutes. However, relying on such a lineup, they still firmly defend their own half of the court and resist the fierce attack of the main force of Delhi Fireworks. Samite is here, Galawa is here, Nandina is here, the core and main force of Delhi Fireworks are all on the court. They have exhausted all their offensive methods, which of their offensive means to dominate the Indian League. However, any offensive means, under the command and dispatch of Liu Shibo, still has no effect. Sometimes they can break through Fifan's defense line, but they will be beaten back by Fifan's players who come to make up for the defensa. Sometimes they are not careful, and the position they have finally occupied is snatched back by Fifan. This is the strength of the defensa commanded by Liu Shibo, just like his ID, immovable as a mountain. As high as a mountain, as difficult to climb as a mountain, and as steady as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain, Liu Shibo, after half a year of preparation and competition training, finally released his ability to organize the defensa. Fifan's defensa will also be like his ID, immovable as a mountain on the field. Chapter 662. To grow. What a motionless man. Boss Liu, your defensa is so wonderful, and your ability to command the defensa is like an art. When the first half of the game was over, Zheng Qi, who spent the rest of the time on the bench, began to flatter Liu Shibo. He was quite a bootlicker and not a captain at all. Liu Shibo was a little embarrassed by his praise. After all, he was an honest man, more sincere, not as slick as Zheng Qi. Everyone supports me, listens to my dispatches, and the level is very high, so we can have such an effect, not just relying on me. Liu Shibo replied. Well, I know that, it's mainly to give you a little confidence. Zheng Qi said. Liu Shibo's nose was almost crooked with anger. Is this a human language? Of course, he also knew what kind of character Zheng Qi was, so he simply turned his head and ignored him. Everyone did a good job in the first half. We were ahead and the main players had a good rest. They played almost the entire first half with their main players, which made our advantage even greater. We just need to focus on the second half and gradually expand our lead. There is nothing special to pay attention to. Although the opponent has excellent overall attributes, they are far behind us in terms of game experience. Zhu Shang clapped his hands and said, This is the advantage of our Chinese club in Asia, but we should not underestimate the opponents in the next World Cup. Do you understand? There are many strong opponents in the World Cup. It is easier for us to play in the East Asian Cup, but it does not mean that it will be easy to play in the World Cup. The East Asian Cup is just a way for us to participate in the World Cup. There is no need to be complacent because of our advantage in the East Asian Cup. That is a very childish behavior. Meng Fan emphasized. Don't worry, Uncle Meng, how can we be complacent because of the East Asian Cup? If we are complacent, it will be after we win the 5 championships, right? Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Fifan's players all laughed. Although it was their first time to participate in the East Asian Cup, they were very happy about the fact that they were about to win the championship. However, for Fifan, the 5-time champion was their ultimate goal. The East Asian Cup was a championship, a very good honor, but only in the ranks of the 5-time champions could it be the most exciting honor. They would work hard for this championship, be happy for this championship, but would not be carried away by this championship, and would not underestimate the opponents in the World Cup because the opponents in the East Asian Cup seemed to be easier to deal with. In fact, they knew that Delhi Fireworks was not easy to deal with. Although they were now leading by 2 goals and had a huge overall advantage, in fact, in the match with Delhi Fireworks, they could feel that Delhi Fireworks would not be inferior to them, whether as a whole or individually. Judging from the operation level and character attributes, Delhi Fireworks was better than Changfeng and Fifan. This may be something that makes people feel quite incredible, but if you think about it carefully, it is not so difficult to accept. After all, Delhi Fireworks is the strongest team in India, and it has enough appeal to all strong players, so it basically concentrates the strongest players in the Indian League. The entire league is carefully selected, and it is not rare to pick out a team with more than 800 attribute points. After all, before Fifan entered the Chinese Super League, if you really want to put together a strong team, the Chinese League alone can form a team with God-level players, not to mention that there are many characters with God-level players, but there are no pseudo-God-level players with matching strength. Although the character attributes and the operation level are not often able to appear in the same player at the same time, it is not difficult to find such a team with the number of players in the Indian League. Although overall, this approach has caused the overall level of the Indian League to stagnate, the overall strength of Delhi Fireworks can still be guaranteed. So even though that Delhi Fireworks, which has an attribute advantage, was killed by Zheng Qi in turn in the previous games, and died miserably every year, it cannot be said that they are an easy team to deal with. Fifen was only 50-50 against Zheng Qi, and was often at a disadvantage. So they had to be careful against Delhi Fireworks. Fifen's players all understood this. Fifen's players did not slack off, and Delhi Fireworks was in a bit of a mess. In their locker room, the atmosphere was average, but what gave them some hope was that they were 2 goals behind in the first half, which was actually the first half with the least deficit in recent years. The fact that Fifen was attacked by them in the last stage of the first half also encouraged them. Although they didn't score, it showed that Fifen's strength was not that outstanding. In the first half of the game, they already knew how powerful Fifen was, but they were not so powerful that they couldn't resist. In the second half, they still had to fight hard. They taught me a lesson in the first half, and I have to work hard to give it back in the second half. Nandina said with a strong expression. Samite and Kalua looked at each other and saw relief in each other's eyes. As veteran players of Delhi Fireworks, although they are not very old, they are in their prime years, but Delhi Fireworks also needs fresh blood to join, otherwise, how can the whole team continue? The joining of Nandina makes them very happy. The team has successors, and she has shown superhuman talent at such a young age. Such players are certainly worth cultivating. It's not that Samite and Kalua are not selfish, but as a player, they have won too many owners in their country, but they have not been able to make a breakthrough in the intercontinental competition. They will do anything to make the team stronger. It's just that Nandina is talented, and can even be said to be the strongest talent in India in the past 10 years, but there are still some defects in her character. That is, she is easily arrogant, especially in the environment where there is no opponent in the Indian League. Although the game is behind now, it is not a wasted trip to let Nandina know the world's top level, so that she can touch the nail and grow. Fight hard in the second half. Even if we can't win in the end, we can't miss this good opportunity in vain. Fifen is indeed a very strong team, but we, Delhi Fireworks, at least have an unyielding spirit. Samite shouted to encourage the morale of the whole team. The players of Delhi Fireworks nodded one after another. Now there is no other way to go. They can only fight hard. Even if they lose in the end, they will not regret it. If they don't fight hard, they will always think of this game and regret why they didn't fight hard at the time. Such opportunities are rare. So the team that appeared in the second half of the game was a team with high morale. For such a team, as long as their morale is enough, it can be seen from their spirit. Of course, Zheng Qi and others soon saw this. Oh, in such a situation and mental state, they can still show such high fighting spirit. I'm beginning to admire them. Zheng Qi said. Can you respect your opponent? Shinrafei couldn't bear it anymore. I'm just respecting my opponents. I said I admire them. Isn't that respecting my opponents? Then what does respecting your opponents mean? Zheng Qi asked back. Your tone, Shinrafei said speechlessly. There was nothing wrong with what Zheng Qi said, but when he said it, it felt like infinite ridicule. That's your misunderstanding and delusion. Your prejudice has blinded your eyes, so you always have such illusions. Zheng Qi said. Shut up, I'll beat you if you say it again. Shinrafei went straight to the point. It's a game, why are you still standing there? Zheng Qi turned around and said to the others as if nothing had happened. The others booed collectively. Be serious, we're in a game, the main players are on the field, give them a good look, expand the lead to 3 goals, and let them have no other extravagant hopes. Zheng Qi shouted, waving his fist. The extraordinary players were very respectful now. They nodded one after another to show their agreement with Zheng Qi. Nodding is not enough. Zheng Qi said. The extraordinary players looked at each other and began to wave their fists helplessly. Well, you see, there is no problem with our morale, so you have no chance of winning at all. Zheng Qi turned around and said proudly to the Delhi Fireworks players who had already entered the field. We have already understood this, but if you want to easily defeat us, you still have to show your ability. Samite replied calmly. Well, like a captain. Zheng Qi nodded. I must kill you once in the second half. Nandina came over and looked at Zheng Qi viciously. Really? Really want to kill me once? Zheng Qi asked back. Of course, even if you're really good, I still have a chance to kill you. Nandina raised her head, and her neck raised a proud arc. Samite nodded slightly. Nandina's performance was much more mature. She acknowledged the opponent's strength, but was not afraid at all. Only with this mentality can we really make enough progress. If you don't acknowledge the opponent's strength, you will be blinded by anger. If you were afraid of the opponent, you'll never make any progress. However, it is obvious that people like Zheng Qi are very difficult to deal with. Well, do you know what happened to those who wanted to kill me? Zheng Qi asked, and then immediately added, I'm talking about the game. The originally serious atmosphere suddenly became unserious, and everyone covered their heads. Who would think that they were killing people in real life? Nandina was furious again. Wasn't this obviously saying that she was an idiot? Those guys were basically killed by me again and again, and finally collapsed. Zheng Qi suddenly became calm, as if stating a fact. So, in the second half, you'll be like this, killed by me again and again, without any resistance. Chapter 663. Cold to the end. To be honest, when Zheng Qi said he wanted to kill her again and again, Nandina really felt a strong fear. Zheng Qi was very calm when he said this, and it seemed that he had no intention of threatening her at all. It was even very different from his usual frivolous and provocative tone. However, it was precisely because of this that it seemed abnormal. At that moment, Nandina knew that Zheng Qi was not joking or fooling him with words. This man really thought so, and he was absolutely sure. When thinking of this, Nandina couldn't help but feel a tremor. Then immediately emerged an excitement. Okay, I'll let you kill me. As long as you have the ability, you can kill me as many times as I die. In the second half, as long as I can move, I will be on the court, waiting for you to kill me. After saying this, Nandina turned and left. Samite looked at Zheng Qi deeply, and then turned and left as well. Is this girl a pervert? Leader Rui couldn't help but say. Yes, she said that when she asked you, the captain, to kill her, she seemed very excited. Could it be the legendary M? Ban Yuanfen also nodded. What is M? Leader Rui asked curiously. Niaoiwa coughed and said, it's not suitable for children, don't ask. Then she quickly turned to Zheng Qi. She is definitely not a pervert. Of course not, she knows what this means to her. Zheng Qi smiled slightly. You are not really attracted to her, are you? Niaoiwa looked at Zheng Qi suspiciously, and then secretly looked at Su Jing. Su Jing didn't look at her, but stared at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi almost fell down. What are you thinking? How could I be attracted to her? No matter how beautiful she is still just a skeleton in my eyes. When did you learn Buddhism? Niaoiwa asked suspiciously. I just think that if there is a strong opponent, it is not a bad thing. At least in the future East Asian Cup, we can look forward to it. Zheng Qi laughed. Well, I think so too. Su Jing nodded. What are they talking about? Zheng Xiaohan, Leader Rui and others looked at the bosses in confusion, but they found that Shen Ruofei, Zheng Shutain, Shikang, Liu Shibo and others just smiled and didn't say much. Damn, are they all sick? When Zheng Xiaohan and other young players were thinking like this, Samite called Nandina. Have you really thought about it? Samite asked. I have thought about it. Nandina nodded. This is a good opportunity to experience the style of an opportunistic shooter who is much stronger than me at close range. This kind of experience can't be learned anywhere. The consequences may be terrible. Your self-confidence will be greatly hit. Samite reminded. I am prepared. If there is no such a blow, how can you gain experience so cheaply? Nandina said. Just understand, we will try our best to create opportunities for you to fight him one-on-one. Samite said. Nandina nodded firmly. Do you really want to do this? After Nandina walked away a little, Jalava couldn't help asking Samite. We have to do this. If we want to change, let's start now. Nandina is our hope for the future. Whether this hope will grow or die depends on her ability to withstand pressure. Samite sighed and replied. She is still young. If she loses too badly, her confidence will collapse. You and I both know what the consequences will be if such a situation occurs. Gallagher reminded. Of course. But we can't give up making ourselves stronger because of fear. Samite said. When the second half of the game started, the commentators soon discovered that both sides were still playing around Su Jing on the court. This made the Chinese commentators very strange. They knew that Su Jing was very important to Fifan, but was she really that important? So important that both sides had to play around her? This made them all a little confused, but the facts were truly revealed in front of them. Whether an offenser or defenser, Fifan paid great attention to protecting Su Jing, while Delhi Fireworks constantly launched attacks against Su Jing. The other players of Delhi Fireworks kept attacking, constantly attracting the attention of other players at Fifan, while Nandina was elusive, constantly looking for opportunities to kill Su Jing. But every time, she was stopped by Zheng Qi in the middle, and then the two opportunistic shooters confronted each other head-on. In such a close combat, everything else is useless. Whether it is the help of teammates or the assistance of teammates, it is too late, because the fight is often between lightning and flint. The skills of both sides collided, and the competition was to see who used the most skills, used them best, and could hit the opponent's vital points more times in high-speed movement. Obviously, this is a battle that no one else can intervene. Then every time the two met, the skills flashed, a burst of figures flashed, and then one of the two fell down and the other survived. At the same time, every time, Nandina fell down, and Zheng Qi survived. Relying on precise operation and shooting, Zheng Qi was able to avoid the opponent's most damaging place every time, and then give the opponent the most lethality. Nandina began to fall again and again. She attacked, dodged, hit, and turned into light. She was like this, and was killed by Zheng Qi in a short time every time, but she didn't say a word. After the cooling period, she immediately returned to the court to continue participating in the game, unyielding. This little girl is really good. Meng Fan couldn't help but say something off the court. Maybe she is forcing herself to die. Li Rui asked when he was resting. No, if the rhythm is messed up, she will randomly attack and challenge Zheng Qi, but it's not the case now. Every time she attacks, it's the right time, proving that her mind is not messed up, and she is still very calm. It's not easy to maintain such emotions when she is constantly being killed. You know, it's difficult to control people's thinking. Just like you always emphasize not to get angry, you may still have uncontrollable anger when you really encounter something. And Nandina is now able to maintain her sanity and fighting spirit when she is killed by Zheng Qi continuously. It's not easy to do this. Zhu Shan said beside him. That's right, Zheng Qi may really establish a strong opponent for us in the future. Meng Fan nodded. That's not bad. I think the Delhi fireworks are not that strong, so it's boring to play against them. The overall level of the East Asian Cup is higher, so it will be more interesting for us to play. Li Rui thought for a while and replied. That's right. Meng Fan smiled slightly. On the court, Nandina continued her actions, repeating the process of lurking, assassinating, being intercepted, fighting, dodging, and turning into light, and then she returned to the court unyieldingly every time. Every time she turned into light, the fans of Fifan couldn't stand it. Too cruel. Really, so cruel. However, even so, Zheng Qi seemed to be like a cold machine, showing no mercy, and every time he killed Nandina cold-bloodedly and sent her out of the court. In this fight, Zheng Qi showed extremely accurate judgment and operation level, although this was overshadowed by Nandina's courageous performance. The audience was amazed at Nandina's courage like a moth to a flame and Zheng Qi's ruthless performance. However, to those who know the business, it is enough to make them gasp. Is this guy so strong? While constantly supporting his teammates, he can also notice Nandina's movements at any time to block them, and then use precise suppression operations to leave the opponent no chance at all. This Nandina's level is very high. Did you see her lurking movements and her grasp of the timing of her shots? Such performance is not something that ordinary players can do. Even if she comes to the league, she can still impact the position of a god-level player through such performance. Apart from Zheng Qi, the only ones who can suppress her are Sun Fei and Fan Yuan, two veteran killers. But Zheng Qi suppressed her to the point that she had no temper, and even without special defense. Such performance is rarely seen in the league. Zheng Qi, who is not distracted by other aspects, is so strong. Fortunately, I observed it in this game. The Chinese professional players who were paying attention to this game sighed. Do you know what is the most terrifying thing? Facing such an unyielding impact, even a heart of stone would be moved, but this guy, however, was not at all. He really did not show any personal emotions during the game. Li Qing sighed. Boss, can't you do it? Li Kang was shocked. I can do it, but I didn't expect that he could do it, too. Li Qing replied. Li Kang patted his chest. I was scared to death, but that's not bad. Naive guy, how could Zheng Qi not be able to do this? This guy is completely different in the game and in reality. There is no such thing as pity for women. Lu Xiaoshan said with some disdain. Aren't you the same? Wen Xiang smiled. Yes, only such players can reach the highest peak. This is a competition, a life and death war. Pity for the enemy is irresponsible to oneself, but he knows this truth at such a young age, and can practice it in his own body. It is indeed not simple. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. So they will be our biggest opponents. Wen Xiang said. TSK, he doesn't deserve it. Lu Xiaoshan said disdainfully. Wen Xiang laughed, but did not expose his hypocrisy. After all, for Lu Xiaoshan, he would never admit defeat. Although he would not look down on any opponent, it was impossible for him to have admiration for others. That was related to his professional style. He could respect his opponents off the court, but when it came to the game, any opponent had to be defeated. Without such an idea, he would never eat the top. He and Li Qing's were able to surpass all the god-level players because of this, not because of their attributes and operations. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 664. Tired. When the game was over, the Chinese audience cheered loudly. The team they supported won the East Asian Cup again. They couldn't remember how many times in a row, but it didn't stop them from cheering. The Indian audience sighed with regret. For the 6th time, Delhi Fireworks lost in the East Asian Cup final, although they had performed well enough. Good performance, Zheng Qi said to Samite. Samite nodded helplessly. Delhi Fireworks may have performed well in the second half of the game, but in the end they still lost 5 goals and didn't score a single goal. What's the point of performing well and getting such a result? What's more, in the second half, Nandina was killed by Zheng Qi a total of 18 times, which was extremely miserable. He could see Nandina's pale face. This girl has not collapsed until now, which makes him feel that this is already a very remarkable thing. Oh, by the way, tell that girl for me. I'm very satisfied with this game. I wonder if she is also very satisfied, Zheng Qi added. After hearing this, the other players next to the Delhi Fireworks wanted to come up and beat up Zheng Qi. Is there anyone who talks like this? And it sounds so obscene. Samite looked at Zheng Qi thoughtfully, then nodded, turned around and left. Will she really grow up? Su Jin turned to ask Zheng Qi. If she doesn't collapse, she will definitely grow, but the environment of the Indian League, it's a pity. I think the growth is limited, Zheng Qi replied. While the extraordinary players were accepting the cheers of the audience, the players of the Delhi Fireworks had already left the field. Samite followed Nandina and kept observing her. He found that although Nandina looked pale, she didn't seem to be hit too hard, which made him feel relieved. After hesitating for a while, Samite called Nandina, and the others also consciously walked forward to leave space for them. What's wrong, Captain? Nandina smiled slightly and asked. Just now Zheng Qi, Samite told Nandina what Zheng Qi said exactly, without changing a word. I enjoy this game very much. Nandina was not angry, but continued to smile. I know what the top opportunistic shooter is like. If I work hard, I may still catch up with him. Seeing Nandina like this, Samite was relieved, and the idea he had been thinking about began to make him determined. Unexpectedly, in the following period of time, the Indian League has undergone earth-shaking changes. The fans of Delhi Fireworks stared at their team in amazement, and suddenly began to split. Samite, the captain who had played for the team for nearly 10 years, transferred to another strong team in the Indian League, and Galawa also went to another strong team. Not only did the two leave themselves, but they also brought 3 or 4 outstanding players to join. In an instant, Delhi Fireworks' dominant position in the league began to crumble. Delhi Fireworks retained the rookie Nandina and gave her the task of captaining, leading the remaining opponents to defend the honor of Delhi Fireworks. The Indian League immediately changed from a monopoly to the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Some good players from the 2 strong teams also left and joined other teams in the Indian League. The strength of the entire Indian League began to become more average. Average means fierce competition, and fierce competition means that some individuals will make breakthroughs under such pressure. The one who is most likely to break through is, of course, Nandina. She was already very good, and now that 2 core players of Delhi Fireworks have left, she has begun to support the overall situation alone. The 2 big trees that originally sheltered her from the wind and rain have stood on the opposite side of her and become her obstacles. The game will no longer be easy to win. Every game will be a test, because the overall strength of Delhi Fireworks has been cut by more than half. Under such a strict test, the new young female captain's ability to withstand pressure is tested. As for the result, that is another story. Oh, these people are really good at playing, forcing the split, but it should be very effective. Even if it is the romance of the 3 kingdoms, it is much better than a single dominant team. After seeing this news, Zheng Qi said in surprise. Yeah, and it's very efficient. They split up as soon as they said they would, first making 3 strong teams, and then putting the extra players in other teams. Although there is one less leader, the overall level has been greatly improved. Su Jing nodded and said, "But if it really threatens our league, we have to wait for 2 years. By then, I don't even know if I can still play professional games, so I can't control it," Zheng Qi said indifferently. Su Jing nodded. She knew before that Zheng Qi only planned to play this year's game, whether he won the 5-time championship or not. He would not continue to play in a league system that made him feel disgusted. This year, he mainly wanted to discuss those unknown guys. The report that Fifen won the East Asian Cup has been published in China. The fans of the Chinese league are naturally excited. You know, even if you win the championship every year, people will celebrate every year. No one complains about having too many championships. Fifen's fans were even happier. This was the first time their team participated in the East Asian Cup, which made them a little worried. At the same time, they did not want the team they supported to lose the East Asian Cup championship, which they had never lost in so many years. This made them full of worries before the East Asian Cup started. However, as Fifen won all the way, such worries no longer existed. After Fifen finally won the championship and maintained the recent record of not losing the ball created by Zheng Qi, they began to feel proud. Look, the team we support is also so competitive. The media also praised Fifen's performance. At this time, no media would be stupid enough to come out and touch bad luck. After all, Fifen is now in the glory period, and his performance is impeccable. If they don't praise but criticize, perhaps no one will stand on their side. Fifen has now won 2 championships, the next ones are the League Championship, Cup Championship and World Cup. In the past few years, Zheng Qi and Tinhe have both hoped to win 5 championships, but they all failed in the end. Can Fifen create such a miracle this year? This makes me look forward to it, because Fifen's overall performance is better than that of Zheng Qi and Tinhe in the past. Maybe they still lack the experience of participating in world competitions, but with the World Cup system, experience is not particularly important, because they will always encounter relatively unfamiliar opponents in the competition. Some media reported, 5-time champion? Of course, this is our goal. A team that doesn't want to win 5 championships after winning the Super Cup is a team with no future. We have been working towards this goal from the beginning. In fact, we have also proved that we have the strength to win 5 championships. But now we won't think about the World Cup, because the next thing is the League and Cup competition. Whether it is the League or the Cup competition, we will face the challenges of the strongest teams in the world. Even in the World Cup, there will be no opponents that can surpass them. Only by defeating them can we concentrate on the World Cup. Of course, we can also relax a little in the League and then go to the World Cup to win the game, but that kind of unpromising approach is not what we should do. Fifen specially held a press conference for this, and Zhu Shan said so at the press conference. This statement let everyone know that Fifen is still very clear-headed and knows their goals and priorities. They will indeed attack the 5-time champion this year and impact this unprecedented honor, and they also have a great chance, even more than Zheng Qi last year. At least they have the possibility of hitting the 5-time champion now. In history, there are only a few teams that can compare with them, such as Meng Fifen and Chen Feng's Nanglo. What is more commendable is that they did not sweep the world in the league. Although their performance in the first half of the game can be said to be quite exaggerated, Zheng Qi and Tinhe followed them very tenaciously, which will make the second half of the game more suspenseful and exciting. However, there are also sharp-eyed people who have discovered a problem. Fifen has returned from the East Asian Cup. Although he may have a vacation, the captain Zheng Qi should be there. This person never likes to take a vacation for himself, and he will attend any press conference. But why didn't he show up at this press conference, leaving Zhu Shan alone to perform a one-man show? Coach Zhu Shan, why didn't Captain Zheng Qi show up today? A reporter asked. Oh, Zheng Qi went on vacation. He felt a little tired in the first half of the game, and our whole team was on vacation, so I was the only one here. Zhu Shan replied without changing his expression. After hearing this answer, the reporters said nothing. However, it seems that Zheng Qi did overdraw a lot in the first half of the race. Otherwise, how could he think of going on vacation? We don't know where he is on vacation. Let's go to the resort to try. If we can bump into Zheng Qi and have an exclusive interview with him, it will be a great thing. Therefore, in the following period of time, the expenses of reporters from major media on business trips increased a lot. Many reporters searched back and forth in major tourist resorts around the world, spending a lot of money, but in the end, they found nothing. They didn't really find nothing. They also met many professional players who were really on vacation, but they never met Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi will be tired. You are stupid to believe this. Somewhere, Lu Xiaoshan spat angrily. Apart from the extraordinary players, probably only Lu Xiaoshan and Wen wanted to know where Zheng Qi went, and Lu Xiaoshan was very depressed now. Chapter 665 Lu Xiaoshan's goal. For Lu Xiaoshan, this summer, he was indeed a bit depressed. In the past, his summers were very happy. Most of the time he participated in the East Asian Cup. In the arena representing the country, he was invincible and led Zheng to defeat the opponent, adding an East Asian Cup champion to Zheng's honor room. In the 2 seasons when he was blocked by Li Qing's, he put everything aside and enjoyed a rare vacation with Wen Xiang leisurely, allowing his body and mind to be completely relaxed. And this summer, he neither went on vacation nor competed for the championship. This was a brand new experience for him. He joined the Overlord team and participated in the Chinese classic football competition. He also had a certain interest in classical football, but he had never thought about completing any tasks. He would play classical football games in his spare time, but it was just pure entertainment. His interest was still in the professional competitions of the football era. But this time, he joined the Overlord team with a mission. The most important task was to help the Overlord team enter the top 32 before Zheng Qi returned. It was certainly not a pleasant experience to play that game with such a mentality, especially when his teammates on the Overlord team always compared him to Zheng Qi. You know, it was him who joined the Overlord team first, not Zheng Qi. As a result, Zheng Qi conquered everyone in just a dozen games last year. So this made Lu Xiaoshan very angry when he participated in the game. When he was killing all directions in the front court and helping the Overlord team to capture the city, some people still felt that they played more easily when Zheng Qi was there. In fact, they did not play easily at the time. You scum, I will abandon you immediately after the guy comes back. Lu Xiaoshan shouted at them angrily. Come on, Chen Fengxiao, you know we are joking. In fact, with you, it is obviously easier for us to win, but when Yuan's Thong is here, we seem to have a chance to improve. The Overlord patted Lu Xiaoshan's shoulder, who was using the alias Chen Fengxiao, and said happily. You said something human. Besides, how can Yuan's Thong compare to me? I led you to break through the group stage, but you didn't break through the group stage last year. Lu Xiaoshan was satisfied. We were lucky in the group this season. Although they are all strong teams, there is no team of the level of Wei team. They won the Chinese championship last year. B.A. Wang said. TSK, those guys who were eliminated in the semi-finals have the nerve to say that. In my opinion, Shuhan team is stronger than them, but they didn't perform well in that final. If it was Shuhan team in the World Cup, they would have a good chance of winning the championship. Lu Xiaoshan said disdainfully. Wei team is more stable and has an advantage in the knockout round. B.A. Wang nodded. By the way, when will Yuan's Thong come? The next is the knockout round. Yuji said with some dissatisfaction. I am so tired at playing the game now. B.A. Wang hurriedly and carefully supported Yuji. Be careful, it's been 4 months, it's okay, he should be here soon. Are you waiting for me? I'm so sorry. Zheng Qi's voice soon rang. You were a day late. Lu Xiaoshan said dissatisfiedly. There are other things, you know. Zheng Qi laughed. Besides, I've seen your schedule. You've advanced to the group stage in advance. What's the big deal if I'm late for 1 day? My wife is in more danger if she plays 1 more game, you bastard. Overlord shouted at Zheng Qi. What? Wasn't Sister Yuji still full of energy last year? What happened? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. 5 months. Overlord said smugly. 5 months and still playing games? Do you have any humanity? Zheng Qi was stunned, then shouted at Overlord. Playing games, dear, people are in the holographic cabin, it doesn't affect much, but it may be a little mentally tired, but there is no problem physically. Overlord said hesitantly. Okay, changed people, I'm here, so our sister Yuji doesn't have to be tired. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Oh, you're really good at talking, you should learn from you. Yuji said to Overlord with a smile. A real man like me can only express himself with actions. Overlord replied. You two can go home if you want to be bored. Now that Yuan's Thong is here, we have a strong army and a good chance to win the championship. Fan Xing waved his fist and said. Yuan's Thong is here, and I'm just leaving. Lu Xiaoshan said. Don't worry, do you have any humanity? Do you want our sister Yuji to go to the court with a big belly? Zheng Qi said. Didn't we agree on this before? Lu Xiaoshan was silent for a while, then said, "Just treat it as my request. Can you play together, win a championship, and be happy together? Isn't it good?" Zheng Qi smiled, then held Lu Xiaoshan tightly. The other players of the Overlord team were a little speechless. Chen Fengxiao obviously wanted to continue playing, but when Yuan's Thong came, he made a fuss about leaving. Why was he like a child? Only Lu Xiaoshan knew that he was not there for any other reason, but because the Overlord team players missed Zheng Qi, which made him quite unhappy. Who is Lu Xiaoshan? A superstar who has been the #1 player in the league for many years, where is he not the focus of the focus? So Lu Xiaoshan always believed that he was naturally attractive and could be the core in any place. Even if he removed the name of Bamian Qiang and showed his strength in a new place incognito, he should be the most dazzling person in the classical football match. It was true before. But now, in the Overlord team, everyone actually missed Zheng Qi more. It was he who introduced Zheng Qi to the Overlord team. What's wrong with these people? Lu Xiaoshan seemed to be not young anymore, he should no longer be naive, and he was the type of wild and cool. However, those who were close to him knew that Lu Xiaoshan was not the kind of character. In fact, his character was a little naive, as pure as a child. Perhaps it was because of such a pure character that he could achieve his current level. So he seemed a little impatient and seemed to want to leave quickly, even though he didn't want to leave in his heart. Okay, since you said so, I promise you, but you have to perform well and get familiar with your teammates quickly. The next round is the knockout round, and you can't afford mistakes. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi. Don't worry, I know their characteristics very well. But I'm not familiar with your level. I doubt whether you will drag me down. Zheng Qi laughed and said. My level? Lu Xiaoshan looked like he didn't want to argue with him. Come on, B.A. Wang, tell him how many goals I scored in these 13 rounds of eliminations and 7 group matches. B.A. Wang smiled bitterly and said, 60 goals, third in the Chinese scorer list. It's not a lot. Some of the teams we met before were very weak. Zheng Qi said indifferently. These 60 goals are scattered in 20 games, no more, no less, 3 in each game. B.A. Wang continued to smile bigly. Oh, amazing. Zheng Qi's face changed, turned to look at Lu Xiaoshan, and said in surprise. Of course. Lu Xiaoshan was very proud. Zheng Qi was also concentrating on the East Asian Cup during this period, and he did not pay attention to the classical football games. Otherwise, he would have known that Lu Xiaoshan's performance had set off a whirlwind in the classical football Chinese region. He did not score the most goals. After all, the top scorers of many strong teams have strong scoring abilities. There are too many participating teams in the Chinese region. In the first few rounds, when they encountered weak teams, it was not difficult for the super shooters of those strong teams to score more than 10 goals in a game. No one cared about the qualifying scorer list. In fact, the scorer list that was truly considered to have goal content had to be counted from the knockout rounds of the top 32. However, in every game, no more and no less than 3 goals were scored, 3 against weak teams and 3 against strong teams. This was very scary, enough to prove that the striker did it on purpose. It would be a big coincidence if he did not intend to create this effect. There is no such coincidence in the world, so Chen Fengxiao, the current top scorer of the Overlord team, did it on purpose. He used this method to show his strength and disdained to score a lot of goals against weak teams. You should know that this year's Overlord team's luck in the draw was much better than last season. They had not encountered strong teams in the knockout rounds before, and Lu Xiaoshan's 3 goals in each game were not very impressive. However, in the group stage, although the other opponents in the group were not super strong teams like Kaowei, Shuhan, Dongwu, Daeqin, Daesong and Daetang, they were all teams that had entered the top 32 inches the past 2 or 3 years and were considered to have good strength. Such teams are actually the main force in the Chinese region. If the Chinese region forms a professional league, these teams can generally occupy a place in the Super League. Even if they can't occupy a place, they are at least at the level of strong teams in the secondary league. However, facing such average strength opponents, Lu Xiaoshan still scored 3 goals in each game, no more and no less. If he scored more than 3, he would pass the ball to his teammates even if he was facing an empty goal to complete an assist. Such shots are everywhere. Such performance will certainly attract the attention of countless people. TSK, you are worthy at being the first person in the league. You can come up with such a trick in classical football, but is it interesting? Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan in a private chat. Lu Xiaoshan's smile froze on his face. Okay, keep it up from now on. I'll pass the ball to you. If you have the ability, break the goal record of the top 32 teams to the sky. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan. There was no private chat this time. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. B.A. Wang, what is the highest number of goals scored in the history of the top 32 teams in the Chinese region? Lu Xiaoshan turned to B.A. Wang and asked. Let me check. When the level was not high before, there were still many goals. Of course, there are still many now. Well, I found out that in 5 games, more than 30 years ago, Abadi scored 27 goals, which is considered a record that is difficult to break. B.A. Wang said. Nowadays, there are many goals in classical football, so this number is still considered exaggerated. 30 goals, this will be my next goal. Lu Xiaoshan stretched out 3 fingers and said to others. Chapter 666. Strengthening the attack. None of the Overlord team's players spoke. They were stunned by Lu Xiaoshan's outrageous words. Although it seemed that Lu Xiaoshan claimed that he would score only 3 fewer goals than the previous record in the next game, what did that mean? Classical football suffered a devastating blow 100 years ago. Because of the inability to move outside, this world's #1 sport began to shrink rapidly. Even after the birth of the football era game, those players and fans were able to continue playing in the game, but they did not allow the classic professional football game to continue. After all, it formed too much conflict. After the system that had been deeply rooted in the past few hundred years was destroyed, a new system could not be established. In addition, more and more people chose to play the more confrontational football era itself. Although classical football was preserved in the football era, its level declined sharply for a long time. After so many years of recovery and development, classical football has embarked on another path of self-entertainment. It is an indisputable fact that players are faster, taller and stronger. However, in terms of skills, they are far inferior to those professional players 100 years ago. In addition to the enhancement of character attributes, classical football games have continued to use the previous rules and venues. This has led to a considerable number of goals in classical football games as it gradually formed an amateur global competition method. After all, in the past, the fastest player had to sprint for 10 seconds to run from one end of the court to the other, but now it may only take 5 seconds. In the past, the fastest shooting speed was only more than 100 kilometers per hour, but now the players can shoot at a speed of thousands of kilometers per hour. Now the reaction and instant judgment ability of the goalkeeper and the ability to control themselves are not comparable to before. Under such circumstances, after classical football began to form the scale of national knockout matches and the World Cup, there were many goals in official matches. However, no matter how many goals there were, after reaching the level of the top 32, basically there would be no weak teams to meet. These teams are very strong. Although there are still many goals in the game, it is very difficult to score goals like cutting melons and vegetables. This record of 27 goals was created years ago and is known as a record that can never be broken. In the subsequent 32-strong competition, there are many players who can score double-digit goals in 5 games, but it is rare to score more than 20 goals. Even 25 goals are not possible. So far, apart from that record, the second highest record is only 24 goals. Even the record of 24 goals is very old. Lu Xiaoshan now says that he wants to score 30 goals. If such a claim is just a casual chat, it would be fine. After all, who doesn't brag? But Lu Xiaoshan said this now. Brother, stop making trouble. B.A. Wang said. What's the trouble? This is what I think. Just don't hold me back. Lu Xiaoshan said. 30 goals in 5 games, 6 goals in 1 game to complete the target. Long Qi calculated and said. Well, I think it's okay. We're better at attacking. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said something that made all the players of the Overlord team feel devastated. Take it easy, I'm not feeling well now. Yuji touched her forehead and said. No kidding, but our tactics will be more offensive. Zheng Qi smiled and said. That's no problem. Our tactics are already offensive, and this season is even more offensive. Fan Xing replied, otherwise Chen Fengxiao wouldn't have so many opportunities. That's fine, we don't have a game today, right? Let's play a practice match now and let me see your progress. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers and said. The players of the Overlord team looked at each other and felt extremely helpless. However, seeing Zheng Qi's confidence, they also ignited a spark of hope, let alone anything else. Even if no one else scored, as long as Lu Xiaoshan could really score 30 goals, they would basically have no problem winning the Chinese championship. You have to know that in the past few years, the teams that won the Chinese championship only scored about 30 goals, or even only a dozen. In today's classical football matches, scoring more than a dozen goals in 5 games is considered rare, but 30 is still considered a lot. Zheng Qi has always been a man of his word. He immediately pulled the players of the Overlord team into the arena and played a simulated game. Such a simulated game can be simulated by anyone. It's nothing more than setting the attributes and characteristics of the opponent, but generally no team will play such a simulated game, because under the command of the system, these guys are organized and run seamlessly, unless the players have an overwhelming advantage in attributes. When the attributes are close, no matter how strong the team is, they will only be ravaged by these robots. But it is perfect for testing teams and playing under pressure. After a game, Zheng Qi, like before, did not play much in the game. He was more observing the performance of his opponents, and such observation made him very satisfied. Compared with last season, the overall strength of the Overlord team has increased a bit. Although it is not very outstanding, it is already a very outstanding team in the world of classical football. Moreover, they cooperate with each other tacitly and their technical characteristics are also well matched. Compared with last season, it is nothing more than changing one person. Lu Xiaoshan replaced Yuji's position, which made the Overlord team's ability to break through and cross the wing much lower. However, because of the two powerful double arrows of Overlord and Lu Xiaoshan, the Overlord team's current style of play can obviously be much more flexible. Before Zheng Qi was not there, Overlord's style of play could be said to be quite simple and crude. Yingbu and Jibu, the two midfielders, took turns to pass the ball, and then Yuji and Longqi continued to break through and cross the wing. In addition, Zhonglei and Yuziki, the two fullbacks, took turns to insert the wing, constantly creating opportunities and sending the ball to the middle, and then it was the business of Overlord and Lu Xiaoshan. Although this tactic is simple, it is quite effective, especially since Ba Wang and Lu Xiaoshan are both very strong in scoring and can switch positions frequently. As for the midfield support, the two can just take turns to go out of the penalty area to support, since they all have the ability to support. This is the key factor that made it easier for Ba Wang to advance to the top 32. Of course, it is also related to the schedule. Although they have encountered many strong teams, they have not encountered a championship-level team. Facing those second-level strong teams, their tactics are enough to suppress their opponents. Of course, if you want to dominate the Chinese region, this alone is not enough. Our tactics are generally fine, especially the two fullbacks. Now the assists are more resolute and forward. Although this will cause some loopholes in the defense, as long as we can suppress the opponent in offense and score more goals than the opponent, it is not important. Zheng Qi said after the game. The Ba Wang players nodded one after another. They are still very proud of this. They rarely lost the ball along the way, but they were always able to score a lot of goals. So I don't have much to say about the back line, just keep it up. The two back midfielders can take turns to support both sides, which will be more powerful when attacking and defending. Zheng Qi continued. What about the defense in the middle? Yingbu asked. Isn't it that I'm still here? I can't do anything else, but it's still okay to delay and intercept. Zheng Qi laughed. For this point, the others didn't have any opinions. In the game against Kaowei last year, Zheng Qi really showed his strength. In addition to organizing, he can score goals and defend. He can do everything. With such a player on the court, the overall level of the whole team can at least increase by a lot, if not doubled. But now Sister Yuji is not here, it's hard for me to cooperate with the side. In this kind of thing, two people can cooperate and play a lot more tricks. Zhonglei raised a question. Well, so this problem will be left to Lu Chenfengxiao to solve. Zheng Qi said. Damn, don't reveal my name, damn, don't you think I'm not embarrassed enough? Lu Xiaoshan cursed in the private chat. The others looked at Lu Xiaoshan. What should I do? Lu Xiaoshan immediately asked Zheng Qi. Just move to the side more often. In short, whether it's you or Ba Wang, you'll have more tasks next, move to the side, and form a connection with the players who move forward on the side. In this way, our offensive can have a specific and rich level. Of course, I will also move to the side from time to time to connect. In short, our offensive tactics must be played more flexibly, and there are various options in various environments. Only in this way can the opponent be caught off guard and our comrade Chen Fengxiao achieve his goal of 30 goals. Zheng Qi said. If you change positions like this, it will reduce his scoring opportunities from time to time, right? Ba Wang began to consider it from this perspective. No. What he didn't expect was that Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi shook their heads at the same time. Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi looked at each other, and Zheng Qi made a gesture of please. Lu Xiaoshan then said, Play flexibly and you will have more opportunities. If he only waits in front of the goal to grab a point, it will be easy to be defended. Zheng Qi added. The players of Overlord nodded one after another. That was the truth. If there was only a single way of attack, no matter how strong it was, it would be easy for people to defend against it. There was no such thing as a one-trick pony. Only by diversifying the ways of attack could it be more difficult for the opponent to defend. And if Overlord's offense was flexible, then the whole team would naturally create more opportunities, and Lucian would naturally be able to seize more opportunities. Seeing that Lucian and Zheng Qi suddenly had some sympathy for each other, the players of Overlord team were suddenly full of confidence. Last year, we had Yuan's Thong, which made our strength soar. Now we have Chen Feng's Zhao, who is equally strong. How far can we go? World champion? Damn, it's really exciting just to think about it. Chapter 667. Hated by gods and despised by ghosts. After the group stage, each team had 3 days of rest, mainly to give the players some space to relax. The next elimination match was 1 game a day. Although it did not consume physical strength, it also overdrawn a lot of energy. After all, the teams that could participate in the top 32 were all strong teams, representing the highest level of competition in the country. If they were not allowed to rest, they would continue to overdraw the game, and their condition would not be good, and the game would not be good to watch. Especially as the team's level got higher, if the condition was not good, the attractiveness of the game would decrease. Although such a game did not bring in much money, the audience became more important. Of course, during these 3 days, the Overlord team was not idle. At Zheng Qi's request, they played 1 game after another. Later, they were about to vomit. Hold it, this is for a better win and to help our teacher Chen Fengxiao score 30 goals. Teacher Chen usually helps you so much, shouldn't he help you now? Zheng Qi comforted them. Don't use me as a tiger skin. Lucian protested. It's okay, Yuan's Thong is right, we must work hard to help you break this record. Besides, the better you perform, the better our results are likely to be. Bo Wan patted Lucian on the shoulder and said, I am very pleased to see you work so hard. Zheng Qi wiped the corners of his eyes. Don't pretend to be a senior, okay, Long Qi and others complained. In any case, the morale of the Boan team is at least not a problem now. Even though that games in the past 2 days were a bit intensive, making them feel very tired, the rapid improvement of the team's strength made them full of hope. Those who participate in the classical football competition are not for money, but for hobbies and honor. If the strength is not enough, participating every year is just to satisfy their wishes, but since the strength is enough, then everyone wants to impact the World Cup and leave their names in the World Cup. Although hundreds of years have passed, the sense of honor of the World Cup in the past still remains in the hearts of many people. What's more, just the idea of impacting the world's first is enough to make all ambitious people feel jealous. So no matter how hard it is, as long as there is hope, there will be no problem for the Overlord. Of course, Zheng Qi will not let everyone run to the knockout stage exhausted. He only played 2 days of the 3 days with the whole team, and did not do so on the remaining day. Instead, he let everyone rest and prepare for the next knockout stage. The 32 teams that were clearly eliminated from millions of teams are, of course, elite teams selected from thousands of teams. After all, the elimination method in the Chinese region is quite harsh. The first one is eliminated in a single game. Although there is a group stage in the middle, it seems that the group stage is not so cruel. However, there are 7 or 8 teams in a group, and only the first place can qualify. Basically, the qualified teams must maintain a perfect record, otherwise it will be difficult to qualify. Under such circumstances, the teams that can enter the top 32 are not ordinary. This year's knockout draw is relatively lucky. No traditional strong team was drowned in the knockout stage. The gold content of the top 32 is relatively high. Kaohsiung, Shuhan, Dongwu, Daeklin, Daesong, Tamin, Dayton, and Western Han, these 8 teams with the best average performance in recent years have all entered the top 32. Other strong teams are also basically regular visitors to the top 32. Although many of the top 32 last year did not make it to this year's top 32, the teams that replaced them were also teams that had achieved good results in previous years. The Overlord team is of course no exception. After all, they were also a team that made it to the quarterfinals before. It is already very good to have such performance in recent years. After all, classical football does not have any club inheritance. The teams that can grab the title of those popular teams are the teams that have performed well in recent years. I don't know who we will draw. Zheng Qi muttered when he set off. The opponents in the knockout stage are not drawn in advance, but are drawn temporarily at the beginning of the game. There is no distinction between seeded teams. All are mixed together for the draw. Although this may seem a bit unscientific, there is always only one winner in the end. In addition to being the strongest, you also have to have the best luck. After all, luck is also a kind of strength. This has been said by many people, but it still has its meaning and value. Yes, I hope our luck can be better. Ball Wan answered casually. Although it was the second time to participate in the knockout match of the top 32, Ball Wan was still very nervous. However, looking at the relaxed look of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, Ball Wan couldn't help but admire these two guys. TSK, look at their psychological quality. No wonder they're so outstanding. Ball Wan and his friends also discussed the identities of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan in private, and guessed whether they were professional players in the football era. After all, sometimes people's temperament cannot be concealed. It is hard to imagine that ordinary players can have such a calm and self-assured temperament. If you just play casually and have no pressure, it is normal, but if you went to the top 32, it is very likely to win the World Championship in the Chinese region. With the current strength of Chinese classical football, although it is very difficult to impact the World Cup champion, it is not a big problem to eliminate many teams and enter the quarterfinals and semifinals. This is a great honor. Faced with such honor pressure, few players can remain calm. Just as Ba Wang was sighing and praising, he heard Zheng Qi say something. I really hope to meet the Callaway team, and then play against strong teams all the way. That would be cool. Brother, don't be like this, Ba Wang screamed in his heart, meeting strong teams all the way. Even a team like Callaway is likely to lose after 2 games. When the strength is similar, the schedule can often determine many things, especially for strong teams. Although there are no weak teams in the top 32, there is still a distinction between the grades. The 8 teams including Callaway are first-tier teams, and the other teams can only be considered second-tier. It is better to meet other teams, and the later you meet these 8 teams, the better. When Zheng Qi was not there this season, Ba Wang's luck in the draw was very good. Thinking of this, Ba Wang became a little serious. As soon as Zheng Qi joined last year, they drew the Western Han team out of millions of teams. What kind of shit luck is this? Then in the group stage, they met Callaway and 3 teams that were capable of entering the top 32. What kind of bad luck is this? Yuan Thong did not join the team at the beginning of this season, so the Overlord team had good luck in the draw. Although they encountered some strong teams, they did not encounter any first-tier strong teams. At this time last year, they encountered 2 teams. Don't let Zheng Qi's joining change our luck. Overlord is a person who does not believe in ghosts and gods, but at this time he could not help but pray devoutly, because he was really scared by Zheng Qi's god-hating and ghost-stricken luck. However, it is not a matter of cramming at the last minute. Moreover, Overlord is a man of 8 feet tall, and he does not believe in these ghosts and gods. He has no incense and no feelings. Why should people help him? So, when the draw ceremony began, after Overlord's opponent was drawn, Overlord's eyes went dark. He did not draw last year's victim Callaway, but drew the Western Han team that had a deep hatred with them last year. When the result of the draw came out, the players of other teams present could not help but be shocked. After all, these 2 teams have met for 3 consecutive years. In the quarterfinals 2 years ago, Ball Wan was beaten badly by West Han. In the first round of the qualifiers last year, Ball Wan met West Han again. However, thanks to the outstanding performance of newcomer Yuan Thong, they played a close game with West Han and finally eliminated West Han, creating the biggest upset in the first round. What sparks will be generated when the 2 teams meet again this year? Many people are very interested. The Yuan Thong who performed well last year has never played for the Overlord team before. It seems that there is one less attraction. They also have a very fierce newcomer this year, the pervert who is ranked 3rd on the scorer list. Oh, is that Chen Fengxiao who scores no more and no less than 3 goals in every game? I watched a game of theirs once. After scoring 3 difficult goals, he chose to pass the ball to an empty goal. He is really perverted. Such a perverted newcomer seems to be difficult to deal with. The West Han team will have fun this year. Are you so late with the news? After the Overlord team qualified from the group stage, they made substitutions. What? They actually made substitutions? Yes, the beautiful Yuji is said to be pregnant and has withdrawn from the Overlord team. Yuan Thong replaced her. Fuck, Yuan Thong plus Chen Fengxiao. That Overlord team is a bit scary. Is this such a coincidence? Are the Overlord team playing a big game? Even if that's the case, what can you do? They can make substitutions before the top 32. They have the confidence to make substitutions, and it's not against the rules. Yes, but now the Overlord team is really much stronger, right? Fortunately, they didn't meet us. They met the West Ham team. At least we can see what their current level is like. You're really stupid, but I think so too. Amid the discussions, the players of the West Ham team were certainly not so relaxed. They were very unwilling to lose last year, and this year is their chance to take revenge, so they have always been very concerned about the situation of the Overlord team. Of course, they are very concerned about Zheng Qi's scoring ability, and they knew the news as soon as Zheng Qi returned. Yuan Thong plus Zheng Qi, such a lineup is indeed very strong, but we are the West Ham team. Are we afraid of such an opponent? Liu Bang said loudly. Of course not. The players of the West Ham team shouted in unison. Chapter 668. Get ready. When the players of the West Ham team shouted, the players of other teams who were still gloating and discussing immediately fell silent. It was not that they were suppressed by the momentum displayed by the players of the West Ham team, but because they showed enough respect for such an attitude. This is also respect for themselves. The subsequent draw was carried out without any waves. It was nothing more than a certain team meeting a certain team. The 8 first-line teams surprisingly did not meet each other, which made the match of the top 32 seem less interesting. The highlight all fell on the match between the Overlord team and the West Ham team. It is impossible to play 16 games in one day, and the classical football game is not commercialized, so there is no need to consider the interests of the live broadcast party and the ratings. The 16 games are divided into 2 batches, 8 in the morning and 8 in the afternoon. Do you think they have been scared by us, or do they want to learn from their mistakes and fight with us? Zheng Qi asked everyone. It is impossible to be scared, Overlord replied. Others nodded. In fact, if you look at last year's game, you will know that the West Ham team was not at a disadvantage. In fact, they did not perform badly. The final defeat could be regarded as a loss to a lucky ball or a lack of preparation for Zheng Qi's performance. If they had been familiar with Zheng Qi earlier, they might not have lost so aggrievedly. So in fact, they could not be scared by the Overlord in that game. They lost in a rather aggrieved way, and after a year, they finally met the Overlord. Not to mention that the Overlord team did not show overwhelming strength before. Even if they really showed the strength of a super strong team, the West Ham team had to fight hard with the Overlord team. This is the spirit of a strong team. The West Ham team is a strong team, and they have such spirit. That's no problem. We just need to beat them to death again. Lu Xiaoshan said coldly. What a style. Zheng Qi gave a thumbs up. The players of Overlord team have become accustomed to the commercial bragging between the two. Long Qi said with some concern. Although the West Ham team is excellent in offense, their defense is also very strong. The back line led by Xiaohe is very good. Compared with their defense, their offense is weak. That's not a problem. We will definitely score goals. Zheng Qi said with a smile. But in this case, it will be a bit troublesome for Zheng Qi to score more goals. Long Qi said. Lu Xiaoshan patted his chest. Don't worry, although the West Ham team's defense is good, their core defensive player Xiaohe is relatively weak. I have experience in dealing with such defenders. Moreover, their frontal defense is good, but it is a bit difficult to deal with them when they are attacked from the side. Such a team is not difficult to deal with. Really? Long Qi asked. Of course, Xiaohe is relatively weak. Although General Pu is tough, he is also that type who fights head-on. Xiaoying and Zhou will always make mistakes in their defense on the flanks. I will run more in this game and keep cutting in from the flanks. Ba Wang, you can help me attract attention. As for passing and assisting, it depends on Yuan Thong. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly. The Ba Wang players thought about it and found that this was really a feasible approach. Lu Xiaoshan's words were clear and well-reasoned, which made everyone convinced. Then let me do it. Zheng Qi patted his chest. I will let you know what a midfield master is. If you don't perform well, I will beat you. Lu Xiaoshan said. This sounds familiar, as if someone often says this to me. Zheng Qi dug his ears and then replied. Now everyone was speechless. After a long silence, Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help it and secretly asked Zheng Qi in private. Who? Who always says this? Our Fei brother. Lu Xiaoshan suddenly realized. Seeing that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were very confident, the other players of the Overlord team stopped talking. In this game, they had to fight hard with the West Ham team. As for scoring goals, they would try their best to help Lu Xiaoshan score goals, but victory was still the first priority. However, they did not know what Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi were thinking at the moment. The two of them had the same idea at the moment. They had to win this game, that was for sure, but at the same time, they had to let Lu Xiaoshan score more goals, at least 6, in order to achieve the set goal. Not only did they have to win, but they also had to score more goals, and if they were to do something, they had to do it to the best of their ability. This was the most consistent point between Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi, two guys with completely different backgrounds. They were both people with an extremely strong desire for victory, and at the same time they had some perfectionist tendencies, to do things to the best of their ability. This might be the sign of a successful person. Only with obsessive-compulsive disorder can one do things perfectly and achieve greater success. Tomorrow is the game, right? Let's go play another game today to warm up, Zheng Qi said with a smile. The players of Overlord nodded one after another. They also agreed with this point. Before the game, of course, they had to warm up well. Such warm-up did not need to care about winning or losing, but only needed to find the state of the game. It was obvious that Lu Xiaoshan was in a very good state. Facing those super defenders of the system, Lu Xiaoshan kept fighting against the opponent, looking for opportunities to score. This kind of thing was difficult. Facing such a flawless defender, even the best shooters would find it difficult to find a chance to score. Lu Xiaoshan was not able to score successfully, but he created 5 shots in this game. Although each time he was blocked by the opponent's defenders and goalkeeper with impeccable defense, it was still enough to prove that his state at the moment was already excellent to a certain extent. No matter how good the striker was, when facing such a flawless defender, he would often be helpless, but Lu Xiaoshan was able to find some gaps, which was enough to make others feel amazed. Zheng Qi's performance was even more surprising. He still seemed to be inconspicuous on the court, but he firmly controlled the midfield. In the confrontation and blocking of the system players that were as precise as machines, he was still able to find opportunities and pass the ball, making the attack of the Overlord team difficult but still able to find opportunities. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoshan would not have so many shots. Just look at their performance. Maybe no one in the Chinese region can compare to them, Fan Xing said to Overlord privately. No way, are they so amazing? Overlord was shocked. What do you think? These two guys are really amazing. At least I don't know anyone who is better than them. We have played against the Western Han team and the Kalaway team. Do you really think Zheng Liang Guo Jiawei can be better than these two guys? Fan Xing asked back. No, Ba Wang admitted this. It seems that we are holding back. Don't think so. Red flowers also need the support of green leaves. If all the players are of their level, they may not be able to perform well. As long as we help them play supporting roles, it won't be too difficult to win. Fan Xing laughed. Yeah, uncle, I never thought that we could challenge the champion of the Chinese qualifiers. Ba Wang also laughed. Well, I know what level we are at. We can't compare with those people, but now, we can still compare. If we really win the Chinese qualifiers, then we have to challenge the World Cup champion, which is an honor that only the top professional players in the past can challenge. Fan Xing said. The chat between the two uncles and nephews was of course private, but the thoughts of the other players of the Ba Wang team were actually similar to theirs. They didn't have much ambition in the first place. Even if they did, they had a clear understanding of it after they were defeated by the West Han team easily when they made it to the quarterfinals. However, even if their level was not very high, they had a good vision after spending time together day and night. They naturally knew how much the team's strength would increase after adding 2 strong players, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Since they already had such strong teammates, what was the problem with wanting to challenge for the championship? As for the fact that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were destined to be the protagonists, and they could only be supporting roles, what did it matter? They were not supposed to be the protagonists, and they didn't even have the opportunity to step onto the highest stage. Now that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were here, they had such an opportunity. Wasn't it better than before? Even Yuji began to envy her husband. I knew I wouldn't get pregnant this year, and I would go with you to the World Cup. Don't say that. Your belly is the most important thing now. Even the World Cup champion can't compare to it. Overlord replied. You're so smooth talking. I like to hear that. Yuji laughed, but it's really a pity. Wonderful, isn't it? Winning the championship is also yours. Ba Wang laughed, then we'll win the championship together. When the child is born, he can show off to his friends. I feel happy just thinking about it. Yes, so you must perform well, help them perform better on the field, and win a Chinese championship as a capital for my child to show off in the future. Yuji said, otherwise, I won't let you go to bed in the future. Hey, if it's a daughter, there's no need to show off like this. Ba Wang protested. What are you talking about? Can't a daughter show off? Be careful or I'll punish you. Yuji said angrily. Well, I mean that girls will be more interested in other things. Well, she will be proud of this too. I will definitely work hard to win it. Even if I don't score a goal, I have to serve those two masters well. Ba Wang said. That's more like it. Yuji nodded with satisfaction. If I think about it carefully, it might be better if I'm pregnant. After all, if I don't quit, it won't be good for anyone else to quit. It seems to be true. Longju is a little stronger than you. The Overlord said honestly, and then they knew who the real strong one was. Chapter 669. Progress. We have been waiting for this match for a year. Before the match started, the players from both sides shook hands. Liu Bang first faced Ba Wang, the captain of the two teams. Well, I don't think you should say this to me. Compared with Liu Bang, Ba Wang did not look like a captain at all. You are the captain of the Ba Wang team. Liu Bang said. Of course, so, although I shouldn't say this to me, I will take it. Ba Wang waved his fist and said loudly. Very good. Liu Bang smiled. Then the players from both sides shook hands separately. Of course, most of the players from the West Hand team were staring at Zheng Qi. They lost to Zheng Qi last year. Of course, there were also some who were looking at Lu Xiaoshan. Several defenders from the West Hand team were looking at Lu Xiaoshan. They knew that Lu Xiaoshan would be their opponent in this match. As a shooter who had scored a hat-trick in every game in the previous matches, he was of course the biggest opponent of their group of defenders. The most troublesome thing about such an opponent is that his strength is bottomless. Just like now, the defenders of the West Hand team knew that Chen Fengxiao was an excellent opponent, but it was unclear to what extent he could be excellent. The handshake process went very quickly, and a large number of spectators had already poured into the stands. The West Hand team was a strong old team, and they certainly had many fans. Although they were eliminated in the first round last year, the effect of reaching the finals the year before last would not disappear in a year. As a new force in the past 2 years, the Overlord team also had a lot of popularity in the short term. They entered the quarterfinals the year before last, but not many people paid attention to them. Although they stopped in the group stage last year, they attracted quite a lot of fans. In addition, Lu Xiaoshan's magical and coquettish performance this year attracted a large number of fans, which also increased their support rate. In fact, the number of fans attracted by the Chinese qualifiers to the top 32 was quite large. Although the number of fans of classical football was relatively small compared to the fans of the current football-era games, the absolute number was also tens of millions, and it was easy to watch the game, so there were still many fans at this level of competition. In addition to the attraction of both sides, the number of fans entering the game immediately reached the million level, which surprised Overlord and others. Zheng Qi was also a little surprised. Although he participated in professional games, there were many games with tens of millions of spectators. However, due to the characteristics of the football era, the venue was completely closed, so the players could only analyze how many people supported themselves and how many supported the other side through the light above the stadium. Although everyone has gotten used to it over the years, there are still some regrets. Now, Zheng Qi began to feel the atmosphere of the stadium. In the stands, the cheers of countless people gathered into a torrent. If it were in reality, it would be impossible for millions of fans to gather in a stadium, but it became possible in the game. Of course, in the game, the sound waves would not affect people's health no matter how huge they were. The game's protection system would automatically filter the sound and maintain the sound at a level that was enough to make people feel trembling, but had no effect. But it was still enough to make people feel shocked. Zheng Qi took a deep breath. This was also an extremely rare experience for him. In the past 10 days, I have been a little addicted to this kind of game atmosphere. Lu Xiaoshan suddenly sent a private message to Zheng Qi. I understand. Zheng Qi replied. Let's start, let's play well. Lu Xiaoshan clapped his hands and said loudly to the players of Overlord. He is not the captain of Overlord, but at this moment, he showed what a captain should do. And Overlord and others seem to have no opinion on this. It seems that they have gotten used to it. Zheng Qi laughed. He knew Lu Xiaoshan's captain style. He might seem a little naive in private, but when he got on the court, he could immediately become a captain who inspired his teammates. This man said no, but in fact, he cared a lot about this game. The game is about to start. For the players of the Western Han team, they have a lot to prove in this game. As an excellent shooter, Zheng Qi has to prove that he is better than the guy on the opposite side who pretends to be mysterious and has a hat-trick in every game. Zheng Qi has to find that place where he lost to Zheng Qi last year, and Liu Bang has to prove that his team is better than the Overlord team. These are the sources of their fighting spirit. Although no team will play for just one opponent, there are many situations where they are more motivated when facing certain specific opponents. This is the case with the West Han team now. So after the game started, the West Han team, which kicked off first, immediately launched a fierce attack. The West Han team was originally a team that was better at defensa, but their good defensa did not mean that they would not attack, especially after observing the performance of the Overlord team last year. They knew that it was difficult to deal with the Overlord team by defensa. No matter how good their defensa was, it was impossible not to reveal a little flaw. The development of classical football over the years has proved that in the game, attacking is always easier than defending, because the current players are stronger and have better impact. Defensa, which does not allow mistakes, appears very passive on the field. Although the West Han team is good at defensa, that is only relatively speaking. In this case, they can only use offensa to deal with the Overlord, which is what they want to do most. They succeeded quickly. Under Zheng Qi's command, Fan Kuei and Zhao Bo on both sides also began to take turns to the middle to respond. Their offensive lineup was originally very flexible. Zheng Qi was the top scorer, but the cover of Fan Kuei and Zhao Bo was also very important. In addition to Chen Ping and Cao Shen's continuous forward insertion, the two fullbacks Xiao Ying and Zheng also continued to create opportunities from the two wings. Their offensive was varied and threatening. The defenders of the Overlord team were caught off guard at the beginning. After a change of position, Zheng Qi came to the side and then raised his foot to pass the ball to the middle. Chen Ping, who was inserting forward, did not stop the ball and sent the ball directly to Fan Kuei's feet in the penalty area. When Wan Xu went up to block Fan Kuei made a beautiful dodge. He did not stop the ball, but let the ball slip from his feet. Zheng Qi appeared behind him at the first time, and directly shot the flying ball with a clever lob. The ball passed Fan Xingji's armpit and went into the net. 1-0. Less than a minute into the game, the West Han team scored the first goal. The fans of the West Han team in the stand cheered loudly, while the fans of the Overlord team were dumbfounded. How could they lose the ball so quickly? We haven't reacted yet. Compared to last season, their offensive rhythm is much faster. It's not just fast, but they can also maintain accuracy when they're fast, which is amazing. Zheng Qi couldn't help but praise. He had a deep impression of the West Han team. After all, this was the first top team he encountered in the classical football match. Although he led the Overlord team to win that game, Zheng Qi had to admit that if it weren't for some luck, the Overlord team would not have won. The West Han team suffered a loss in that game. They didn't expect that a team that they easily beat 3-0 last year would immediately become stronger in some aspects after changing one person. And now the West Han team will obviously not make such a mistake again. But we are different now than before. The Overlord said coldly. Oh, you are full of fighting spirit. Zheng Qi looked at him in surprise. Ba Wang blushed. We have made a lot of progress last year and this year, and now we have 2 more of you. Stop talking nonsense, fight back. Lu Xiaoshan said coldly. It seems that the players of Ba Wang team are also used to Lu Xiaoshan's characteristics of being 2 different people on the court and off the court. They are not surprised at all, but waved their fists and shouted twice, dispersed with high morale, and prepared to fight back. You have a way, and you can make everyone scream with just one sentence. Zheng Qi said. Of course, you have only been the captain for a few days. I have been the captain for many years. Lu Xiaoshan replied coolly. Remember to pass the ball to me. Just wait and see. Zheng Qi said. After the restart, Ba Wang immediately launched a counter-attack. Zheng Qi stopped the ball at his feet and then dribbled forward. Last year, he rarely controlled the ball, but constantly connected the whole team through running and passing. Now, he has changed a lot. The West Han team started to defend in the midfield. Although they were more inclined to attack in this game, they would not lose their defensive characteristics. At least the opponent had to spend more energy when attacking, which was also a good thing for them. Zheng Qi ran into Zheng Liang a few steps forward with the ball. Zheng Qi did not entangle with the opponent, but saw Zheng Liang coming up and passed the ball smoothly to Yingbu who followed. This kind of pass is not of high standard. Zheng Liang could not help but complain. In fact, it was just like that. This kind of pass was passed back and forth, which actually meant the same thing. There was no suddenness and no threat. How can there be so many wonderful passes? Zheng Qi replied, and then he ran sideways and received Yinggu's return pass. Then, he raised his foot without any warning and passed a diagonal pass across the entire half of the West Hand team. This was not a straight pass, but was sent directly to the corner of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan, who changed his position, ran to that position and got the ball before Zheng. Zheng rushed over from the side to intercept Lu Xiaoshan's breakthrough. Xiao He also directed General Pu to prepare to fill in at any time. At this time, Ba Wang ran over in the middle and consciously blocked the two central defenders of the Western Hand team, blocking their filling route in Xiao He's sight. The next moment, Lu Xiaoshan broke through Zheng. This was a forced turn and breakthrough. Lu Xiaoshan dribbled the ball one step, then rushed past Zheng, caught up with the ball in two big steps, and then swung his right foot and shot at the first time. Liu Bang tensed his body, but when he flew to save the ball, he found that the angle of the shot seemed to deviate from the goal. The next moment, he heard a swish from behind. Chapter 670. Trash Talk. What's going on? How did this ball go in? Liu Bang jumped straight up from the ground in a way that almost violated the laws of physics. Although this was a game, the basic laws of physics still had to be followed. A person lying straight on the ground could actually jump up into the air. This was a miracle in the game, but no one noticed this. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Xiaoshan, who was waving posy wildly after scoring the goal. Liu Bang's doubts were everyone's doubts. Of course, Liu Bang was even more surprised, because when Lu Xiaoshan was about to shoot, he had already made preparations, and his pounce blocked all angles. Lu Xiaoshan's shot was clearly a palm's distance from his outstretched hand, but Liu Bang was sure that a shot from this angle would never fly straight into the goal. As for the arc ball, at such a short distance, an arc ball can be kicked out, but that means the speed is not fast. How could a slow shot make him unable to react? However, in reality, everyone saw with their own eyes that after the ball flew straight through Liu Bang's palm, it had an extremely subtle inner arc. This was only seen by the audience after they watched the replay repeatedly. With just that little arc, the ball changed its direction and hit the inside of the far post and bounced into the goal. So awesome. You must have practiced a lot, right? Zheng Qi ran over and asked. Lu Xiaoshan snorted proudly, and then found something wrong. Do you know how this ball went in? There is a forced upward force, which will make the ball fall a little after it flies out. Others can't do it because their strength attributes are not particularly sufficient, but our attributes are no problem in this regard, but it is very difficult. I have practiced for so long, and at most I can score 1 out of 2. It depends on luck. Zheng Qi replied. Well, I have practiced for a long time. After all, I'm a striker. There are many such opportunities in the penalty area. If you can grasp them, the possibility of scoring is much greater. Otherwise, how do you think I dare to shout 30 goals? Lu Xiaoshan whispered. I was planning to use it to make a splash, but now you've stolen the limelight. Zheng Qi complained. We're in different positions, so don't worry about it. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Seeing Zheng Qi being defeated, he was still very happy. Childish. Let's go. Zheng Qi said. They were chatting happily here, and the Western Hand team was discussing the ball just now. Everyone was a veteran, and of course they quickly figured out how Lu Xiaoshan did it. Of course, even if they figured it out, they couldn't learn it. This kind of shot depends on luck and super strength. Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi are both crazy people with more than 900 attribute points. Their attribute points are rare in the entire football era. Although Liu Bang and others have high attribute points, they are only about 800. This is also the level that classical football players generally have. No matter what, they can't increase the strength attribute to that high. After all, there are only so many total attributes. If you add too much strength and low other attributes, you will naturally be taken advantage of. Only Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi, these two monsters, can increase their strength attributes to 200 points while adding other attributes to hundreds of points. This bastard, but such a shot will not be effective every time. We just need to strengthen the offense. The defense of the Overlord team is much worse than last year. They are more accustomed to offense this year. We use offense to kill them. Liu Bang quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly. The players of the West Hand team nodded one after another. This is how the game is. Even if the opponent has offensive means that they cannot resolve, they are not without any chance. They just need to seize other positions. At least the current Overlord is far from perfect. If there were no Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi, the average level of the other players of the Overlord would still be a certain distance compared to the West Han team. The West Han team immediately launched a counter-attack, and their fans quickly recovered from the shock and began to shout even louder to cheer for the West Han team. Of course, they knew that this was the time when the team needed encouragement the most. The fans are of high quality and enthusiasm, so the players will be better encouraged and perform better on the field. The West Han team quickly showed their strength. After all, it is a strong team known as one of the 8 strongest teams in the entire Chinese division. Even if they were eliminated by the Overlord team early last year, it did not damage their reputation. Their reputation is not accumulated in 1 or 2 years. The players of the West Han team are already quite old. They have accumulated such a reputation through countless blood and sweat. This season may be the last time that the West Han team can guarantee the best state of the game. In fact, these strong teams are like this. After all, it takes 1 or 2 years to play the reputation of a strong team. How many years can a player play his best? The new forces are not yet visible. Only the Overlord team is a symbol of the new forces. This game is also considered a key to the collision between the old and new forces. In such a game, the West Han team will obviously not give up easily, and their fans will not give up easily. After this season, perhaps the West Han team will be challenged to take the position of a strong team. Zheng Liang controlled the ball in the midfield, and he began to organize the attack by passing the ball. Zheng Qi followed him not far away, and did not seem to stop him specifically, which made Zheng Liang's organization seem very smooth. You attack first, let me see what level you are at. He even said this to Zheng Liang with a smile. Zheng Liang was not provoked by him, and continued to complete his organization calmly. But the Overlord was a little anxious. What are you doing? Why don't you defend him and let him organize the attack like this? If I defend him, the method will be very tiring. I have to observe other things now. Let him be arrogant first. Zheng Qi replied. Facing such a righteous answer, the Overlord was speechless for a moment, not knowing whether he should say I surrender to you or go to hell. This is true. Zheng Qi was just hanging around and could not interfere with Zheng Liang's organization of the attack. With Zheng Liang's level, it was easy to organize the ball to the front court, and then sent a wonderful pass. Han Xin pretended to receive the ball, but sent the ball directly to Fan Kui, who was diagonally inserted. Fan Kui rushed to shoot the ball before Xiang Zhuan made up. Facing this urgent and tricky, impeccable close-range shot, although Fan Xing responded, he could only sigh helplessly. One goal after another, it's really fun to watch. A neutral fan said happily. The fans who support both sides are certainly very happy to watch, but they are also very worried in their hearts. After all, if you score one after another, I will score one, and the final victory is really hard to say. Of course, the fans of the Overlord team are more worried now. The team they support is still lagging behind. They are very strong in Ifnsa. Zheng Qi sighed. The defenders of the Overlord team all looked ashamed, but they felt that Zheng Qi should be more ashamed. Zheng Qi, who played an important role in defense, should have performed better, at least not let the opponent organize the attack so easily, but they couldn't say anything. It's my fault. Okay, attack and get the score back. Zheng Qi smiled. I don't know why, but seeing Zheng Qi smile like this, the players of the Overlord team felt relieved. There were so many games last year, and many of them were like walking on thin ice. Every time, Zheng Qi smiled, then solved the problem and continued to move forward. It sounds a bit perverted, but it is indeed quite reliable. Remember to pass the ball to me. Lu Xiaoshan said. Reassured. Zheng Qi said. The Overlord team launched another attack. The ball soon fell to Zheng Qi's feet, and Zheng Qi was still dribbling forward. Zheng Liang also came up. I didn't defend you just now, shouldn't you return this favor and stop defending me? Zheng Qi said. Zheng Liang was speechless. I didn't ask you not to defend me just now. Then he quickly reminded himself, this was the other party's trash talk to divert his attention. Sure enough, the next moment, Zheng Qi dribbled the ball diagonally and tried to break through him. Zheng Liang immediately turned around and blocked him. Zheng Qi pulled the ball back and said dissatisfiedly, didn't you agree not to defend me? Zheng Liang ignored Zheng Qi this time. You can't listen to this man's words at all. Zheng Qi seemed to have just said this casually. After he finished speaking, he raised his foot and was about to pass the ball horizontally. Zheng Liang saw clearly that the ball had left Zheng Qi's feet, which made him slightly relieved. Zheng Qi's true and false, it was really a headache. However, when the ball just left, Zheng Qi suddenly stretched out his foot, quickly pulled the ball back, and then broke through. Zheng Liang was caught off guard. This time, he was really broken through by Zheng Qi. Zheng Liang turned around when Zheng Qi passed him with the ball. Although he was not thrown off by Zheng Qi, in this situation, Zheng Qi could boldly rush forward with the ball. As long as he controlled the ball on the other side of his body and made it impossible for Zheng Liang to steal the ball, even if Zheng Liang followed him, he could not interfere with him. Now everyone's physique and strength are similar, and the competition is about positioning. Zheng Liang wanted to interfere with Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi was unmoved and moved forward quickly. The defense of the Western Han team was also a carrot and a pit. As soon as Zheng Liang was broken through, Chen Ping and Kaoshan behind him were also paying attention to the other players of Overlord. Now Overlord has more than just Zheng Qi. Their two forwards and Long Zhou very threatening, not to mention that the two fullbacks are also pressing very close, which brings them huge defensive pressure. Zheng Qi did not encounter any other interference until he broke through to the 30-meter offensive zone. He was also advancing too fast. After entering the 30-meter zone, Zheng Qi swung his right foot. Chen Ping and Kaoshan immediately rushed over frantically. They knew that Zheng Qi had the ability to score the rotating ball in this position. If they did not intercept him head-on, they would easily lose the ball. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 671. A lot of goals. Everyone knows the power of the spinning ball. In the current classical football game, other types of shots are easier to defend. When everyone shoots, they rely on luck, or try to form a single knife, shorten the distance with the goalkeeper, and reduce the time for the goalkeeper to react to score a goal. Apart from this, only the spinning ball can make the goalkeeper helpless. It's not that the defensive players didn't think about how to defend the spinning ball. In the game, the action of shooting can be said to be without any signs. Anyone can complete the shot in the shortest time. It just depends on the power and angle of the shot. In this case, it is impossible to block the spinning ball when shooting. Only by coincidence can it be blocked in the shooting route. It is possible to stop the ball in the first time. The goalkeeper in the cartoon stands on the goal line to first determine the angle of the ball and then forcibly intercept it. This is also an undesirable approach. After all, with the power of the current player's shots, if you judge first and then save it, it is almost certain that you will be too late. Only by predicting can the goalkeeper block the opponent's shot in time, but facing the spinning ball, which is a curved shot that hits the dead corner, if you want to predict, you can only gamble on luck. The shooter is gambling on luck, and the saver is also gambling on luck. It is precisely because of this kind of gambling on luck that the spinning ball shot has become the most anticipated and most feared shooting method on the field. Now Zheng Qi is about to shoot. Zheng Liang can't interfere. He can only look at Chen Ping and Kaoshan. The two of them rushed up at the same time and almost blocked the angle of the shot. It's good to be able to block it. But Zheng Qi didn't shoot. The moment he touched the ball, he changed the way he kicked the ball. The ball flew up quickly and flew directly into the penalty area. This is a precise lob pass, not a long shot. Although it was a lob pass, the speed was still very fast. It flew into the penalty area in almost an instant. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshan, who inserted diagonally, quickly moved forward, shook off Xiaohe's defensor, and rushed in front of Xiaohe, facing the falling ball, and headed for the goal. It was almost a header in the small penalty area. No matter how fast Liu Bang reacted, he could only wave his claws and teeth, but all he caught was air. The ball went into the net without any suspense. Lu Xiaoshan scored twice. After scoring, Lu Xiaoshan pretended to be cool again, but this time he changed his posture, raised his right hand high, and stretched out his index and middle fingers, looking like Chen Fengxiao made a V sign. It seems that he has already declared victory in this game in advance. The commentator shouted, "This guy scored 2 goals so quickly, and there is only 1 goal left. This time we will definitely win." The fans of the West Ham team cheered each other up. "What? This guy said that he scored 2 goals, and he still wants to count?" Zheng Qi said disdainfully in the team channel. The other players of the Overlord team suddenly realized. But they also admired Lu Xiaoshan. When he said he wanted to score, he immediately opened fire and could score. His previous goal of 30 goals was really not a boast, but just an encouragement to himself. Right. Let's attack again. The combination of these two people is even better than we thought. It's hard to defend. If we can seize the opportunity in the defense, we still have a chance. Liu Bang said helplessly. The players of the Western Han team nodded one after another. It was true. They had been mentally prepared before. This time it was just a confirmation. In a corner of the stands, Wei and Guoji's Thongde looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. Last year, if the Overlord team hit such a striker, we would also be in danger. Guoji sighed. It's a bit dangerous, but the game is not calculated based on this. Wei shook his head. The Overlord team will be very strong this year, but we are also very strong. The captain is right. That shooter, well, he is very powerful, but in the final analysis, their defense still depends on Yuan's Thong. If I meet them again, I will try my best to limit him in that game. Thongde said. Well, your idea is good, but this year's game will be more exciting than last year. Wei nodded. The three midfielders of the Colway team sighed in the stands. They were now beginning to feel lucky that they had come to watch this game, while the players of the West Han team on the field could only continue to persevere. They launched an attack again. The running and confrontation of the Overlord team was still excellent, but they did not put much effort into defense. They want to use offense to decide the outcome. We can't lose to them. Liu Bang shouted in the team channel. The players of the West Han team knew this very well. At this moment, they could only continue to attack, especially to grasp every attack. After all, they no longer had the confidence to defend against the Overlord team's attack. This was something that the Overlord team was also happy to see. They were not afraid of the other side attacking them, but were worried that the other side would shrink their defense, not because they could not win by doing so, but because they could not let Lu Xiaoshan score more goals. So, the neutral fans in the stands were blessed, and the fans who supported both sides began to fluctuate in their minds, worrying and happy. After passing the ball back and forth in several tentative attacks, the West Han team seized an opportunity. Zheng Liang passed the ball directly into the penalty area. With Han Xin's running position involved, Chen Ping, who came in from the back row, shot and scored, giving the West Han team the lead again. But 5 minutes later, Zheng Qi instigated an attack. After switching to the wing, he pretended to break through. Lu Xiaoshan was also approaching him. The two instantly attracted most of the attention of the West Han team's defense line. Zheng Qi passed the ball to the back point. At this moment, the defense of the West Han team at the back point was as empty as a wheat field that had just been harvested. Long Qi unloaded the ball and knocked it to the Overlord in the middle. The Overlord fell to the ground and shot, scoring another goal. After scoring the goal, Ba Wang waved his fist. The defenders of the West Han team looked at each other helplessly. They didn't make a mistake. After all, the threat level of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan together was too great. They couldn't help but focus on defense. In this way, the defense against Tyrannosaurus Rex and other attackers was naturally weakened a lot. Don't make such mistakes in the future. At least don't miss anyone in the penalty area. Liu Bang could only say this. After celebrating, Ba Wang ran back and asked in the team channel a little nervously, "Hey, I scored this ball, is it okay?" Of course it's okay, so that our classmate Chen Fengxiao won't be subject to such intensive defense. Zheng Qi smiled. Yeah, I understand. Ba Wang nodded repeatedly. Although Lu Xiaoshan didn't say anything, it was obvious that he also supported this statement. Of course, everyone could think of this. If the Ba Wang team only let Lu Xiaoshan score a goal, it would be easier for the opponent to defend. Only when other people were threatening, Lu Xiaoshan could better play his scoring ability. He would wander around to avoid being targeted by the opponent, and at the same time, he could also distract and disrupt the attention of the West Han team's defense. Tyrannosaurus Rex and others scoring and defensive abilities were not bad to begin with, and they could also play a role of covering and supporting in the penalty area. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoshan could continue to seize opportunities. Only when the possibility of attack increases, the opponent's defense will be more distracted. Now the West Han team is not actually in a very dangerous situation. After all, they have been leading, but as soon as they are leading, they are equalized by the Overlord, and as soon as they are leading, they are equalized by the Overlord, which also brings them great psychological pressure. Zheng Qi is familiar with this situation. Lu Xiaoshan has been through hundreds of battles and knows better how to behave in such a situation. Therefore, relatively speaking, the more experienced ones at this moment are the Overlords. The other players of the Overlord team did not think much of this moment. In short, they just followed the two thighs, and the players of the West Han team were a little worried at this moment. Don't panic, we have been suppressing them. Keep suppressing them, and we will win in the end. Liu Bang shouted in the team channel. This was a last resort. Although everyone knew that if they could not suppress the opponent in such a forced way, it would be very difficult to win back, the game was only 90 minutes after all. If they could suppress the opponent in this way until the final whistle sounded, they would be the winners. When there was no other way, the only way was often the most correct way. It's very difficult for the West Hand team. Wei shook his head in the stance. Yes, judging from the performance of Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, they can't be suppressed by the opponent all the time. Once the opponent breaks through their suppression, the West Hand team will have no power to fight back. Yuo nodded. Do we have the ability to suppress the West Hand team like this? Thongday asked leisurely. Yuo and Wei were speechless for a while. The fans in the stands were jubilant, especially the neutral fans. The game hadn't even been over for 20 minutes, and the two sides had scored 6 goals like plum blossoms in bamboos. How many goals would they have to score when the game was over? Come on, score as many goals as you can. Ba Wang waved his fist and shouted at the West Hand team. Today's game, we want to let everyone know that no team can compete with our Ba Wang team in scoring goals. Don't be unable to take back your big words. Hansen snorted coldly. Did you see the number of goals we scored? Ba Wang asked. We also scored 3, and I haven't exploded yet. Hansen said coldly. If you have the ability, then score 6 or 7 goals. Ba Wang said. Hansen almost fell to the ground. Let others score 6 or 7 goals as soon as you open your mouth. You really dare to say that? Chapter 672. A sudden change in style. Ba Wang was really bold in saying that. But it was also because Lu Xiaoshan gave him confidence. He had to score at least 6 goals in a game to meet the target before, and he scored 2 in 10 minutes after he came on. Although this does not mean that he can score 6 goals in 30 minutes, it at least proves that he has that kind of instant burst scoring ability. For a striker with this ability, what is there to be afraid of? Therefore, Ba Wang's standard was automatically raised. Those who could not score 6 goals in a game were not within his sight. Hansen was choked by Ba Wang's words. He began to run more actively in the next game. Although he was an opportunistic shooter, it did not mean that he could not do other things. In fact, he did other things well in the position of a forward. After he began to run more actively to lead the attack of the Western Hand team soon received results. Zheng Liang's lob pass was blocked by Xiang Zhuang, and Chen Ping followed up with a long shot at the front of the penalty area. The ball hit Wang Shu, who was filling in the position, and bounced into the penalty area. Hansen, who appeared on the rolling route of the ball at the first time, kicked it and got the route for the Western Hand team for the 4th time. This is a standard Hansen-style goal, with constant running and interspersing. When he appeared in the best shooting position, it was too late for you to defend. There is no doubt that this goal boosted the morale of the Western Hand team again. Defend seriously, and defend one if you can. Liu Bang shouted loudly. The Western Hand team began to retreat. When the game just started, the Overlord team scored 2 in 10 minutes, and then scored 1 in the next 10 minutes. This is also a very normal thing. After all, people's fighting spirit and desire cannot be sustained for a long time. In this case, if you defend well now, you may be able to withstand the opponent's attack. The Western Hand team started to defend. Their formation was originally suitable for defensa. Fang Kuei and Zhao Go, 2 wingers, could be used as fullbacks as soon as they retreated. Zheng and Xiaoyan could also retrieve to the penalty area to be centre-backs. Their frontal defense and replacement capabilities were not bad. With Chen Ping and Cao Ocean sweeping the front of the penalty area, Zheng Liang and Hanxing could also assist in defensa, and they could immediately turn into a complete defensive lineup. Don't rush to attack, take your time. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Although he didn't quite understand the intention of saying this, everyone was still willing to listen to Zheng Qi's command in terms of tactics, including Lu Xiaoshan. Because although Lu Xiaoshan was a top professional player, he didn't worry about tactics in the professional games of the football era. That was when Xiang's job. It's not that he couldn't invest energy in tactics, but Lu Xiaoshan knew what he was best at, and he could continue to improve in this link. It was necessary to distract himself to do other things before that. He was a fierce general who charged into battle, and in this link, he could exert his strength to the limit. In fact, when such a player uses his specialties to the limit, he can show much more lethality. The Overlord team began to slow down the rhythm of the attack. They began to pass the ball back and forth, launching tentative attacks, but once they were blocked, they would quickly pass the ball back and then launch another attack. The score on the field was now 4-3. These 7 goals took both sides a total of 26 or 27 minutes. There were nearly 20 minutes left in the first half of the game, but no one expected that compared with the previous consecutive goals scored by both sides, the next 20 minutes would become so dull. Zheng Qi kept directing in the team channel, asking the Overlord players who received the ball to pass the ball quickly. Under his command and timely support, the Overlord's offensive began to become extremely smooth, but they were just going back and forth on the periphery without any substantial contact. When everyone was a little impatient, Overlord suddenly launched an attack. Zheng Qi pretended to pass the ball but completed a breakthrough, then passed the ball to the other side. Lu Xiaoshan did not shoot after receiving the ball, but passed it to the back point as soon as possible. Zheng Qi, who followed up, did not stop the ball and directly volleyed the ball. The shot was blocked by Xiaohe with his body in time, and the ball flew out of the baseline and it was a corner kick. This threatening attack made everyone excited, but what was frustrating was that Zheng Qi took a tactical corner kick, and the Overlord team began to pass the ball back and forth on the field to kill time. The lacking team is killing time. Many people had such questions in their minds. The Overlord's momentum of chasing back a goal after losing a goal before was quite strong, but now that they fell behind again, why did they suddenly start to pass the ball back and forth softly? This is not like their previous style. Be careful, they want us to relax our vigilance before scoring and increase our attention. Liu Bang said in the team channel. There is nothing wrong with this guess. The Overlord's current offensive method is the classical football offensive method that was very popular at a certain time. Constantly control the ball under your feet, and quickly speed up after finding an opportunity to catch the opponent off guard. Although the physical fitness of the players in the current classical football is many times stronger than before, in the final analysis, some substantive content is not much different. In the face of this kind of attack, it is necessary to increase attention and not let the opponent catch the floor. However, the desired effect of this offensive tactic arranged by Zheng Qi is not just this. The Overlord team continued to pass the ball back and forth on the field, while the West Hand team was alert and carefully defended the Overlord team's passing back and forth. Under such circumstances, time began to pass very slowly. The audience in the stands seemed a little relaxed in addition to regret. After all, the previous game rhythm was too fast. Both sides had wonderful performances on the field almost every moment. Such a game was certainly enjoyable to watch, but it was also a very tiring thing. Now they can take a break. In the previous 20 minutes, the game seemed to be going very fast, and in the following period, the time of the game seemed to pass very slowly. However, despite the reduction of wonderful shots, the quality of the game did not decline. Both sides played cautiously on the field. Not only the West Hand team had to improve their attention, but the Overlord team also had to improve their attention. When the West Hand team defended like this, they still had hidden murderous intentions. If you want to control the ball well and suppress the offensive, then the formation must be kept close, and the distance between the 3 lines is very close to each other, so that there will be a large space in the backcourt for the opponent to counterattack. If you want to avoid being counterattacked by the opponent, then you need to control the ball to the extreme without any mistakes. This is what the Overlord team is like now. Their entire backline is pressed up, and they are in a relatively close range with the midfielder forwards. This places extremely high demands on their ball control and passing. The Overlord team's players don't actually have this ability, but under Zheng Qi's strong prediction of passing and command, their passing is quite outstanding. Zheng Qi kept directing in the team channel, and let his teammates complete the passing through his own shouts. Every time he chose the passing route, it was the easiest for his teammates to run out of space to receive the ball. When the passing encountered difficulties, he was able to appear in that position in time, receive the ball, and then transfer the ball safely. If you want to play a ball control tactic, you can't do without such a midfield core, and Zheng Qi is obviously such a midfield core. Captain, you're right. Although Chen Fengxiao is very good at scoring goals, the most important person in the Overlord team is still Yuan Zhong. Zhong said convinced. Well, he is the source of the attack, but last year he needed to participate more in the direct attack. This year, with the addition of Chen Fengxiao in the front court, the offensive ability of the Overlord team has become much better. Wei nodded and sighed. We have also made some progress this year. In this respect, we should thank the Overlord team. Guo Jie smiled. Wei and Thong Da nodded at the same time. Last year, the Colorway team was able to win the Chinese championship again. The bloody battle with the Overlord in the group stage played a huge role. You know, the players of the Colorway team are not young anymore. Their skills have reached their peak and their experience is almost perfect. Such a team is the most likely to achieve results, but it is extremely difficult to improve. After the game with the Overlord team, the players of the Callaway team seem to have opened their minds and made some progress. Although the progress was not very obvious, for a team of their level, it was undoubtedly a step further. In this case, they can still make some progress, which allows them to take advantage of other strong teams. We are still the strongest this year. We must win this championship and then make an impact on the World Cup. In the past 10 years, we are the team that has entered the World Cup the most, but we have not won a World Cup. This is a shame. Many people say that we are good at domestic wars but not foreign wars. We will throw away such a hack this year. Wei said coldly. Guo Jie and Thong Da nodded at the same time. This is also their dream. At this moment, on the field, the players of the West Hand team continued to run and intercept the attack of the Overlord team. They began to defend better and constantly intercepted the attack of the Overlord team through their own defenser. The attack of the Overlord team was still not angry or hot. They kept passing the ball and occasionally accelerated the attack, which brought the essence of the ball control attack to the fullest. The West Hand team's defenser was excellent, and the Overlord team's defenser was also excellent. Although neither side was able to score during this period, the level they showed was undoubtedly the first-class level in the Chinese region. The cheers in the stands began to become louder and louder. Such a high-level competition was originally what the fans of classical football wanted to see, not just a large number of goals. Football matches are never just about scoring goals. For the audience, the little tricks and details displayed by both sides on the field can make them feel intoxicated. Chapter 673. Their pride. The Overlord team was attacking like a gentle spring breeze. The West Hand team was defending like a rock, standing still. The level displayed by both sides was naturally extremely high, and no one could deny that. Faced with such a situation, the commentators from all walks of life naturally began to show their talents and expressed their own opinions. Of course, these commentators were all amateur commentators, commenting in their own account channels, and the audience would also choose their favorite grassroots commentators to listen to the commentary, just like watching live broadcasts. These commentators were able to stand out from countless grassroots commentators and become the objects of special listening for some fans. Naturally, they all had good vision, at least they would not talk nonsense. Even if some popular commentators won by their style, they would not talk nonsense. Most commentators believed that this situation was actually beneficial to the West Hand team when the game was at a stalemate. It was not because they were still leading, but because of the way the game was played. The West Hand team was good at it. They were good at defensa, but they played more aggressively in this game. As for the Overlord team, they played very well in ball control tactics, showing a very high level. However, to be honest, this was not their usual offensive method. The Overlord team had always been very aggressive in their offensive method. Even after Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan joined, this style did not change significantly. Now they gave up their inherent style to play ball control, which meant they lost the initiative. In terms of probability, choosing a game method with a lower winning rate was itself a very undesirable thing. Most of the audience agreed with this evaluation. The fans of the West Hand team began to look very happy, while the fans of the Overlord team refused to admit defeat, but they were worried in their hearts. We should attack patiently, don't be anxious. Watching the time pass by, Zheng Qi did not feel anxious at all. He kept comforting his teammates in the team channel, asking them to organize the attack more patiently. The Overlord was at the forefront, restraining the opponent's central defender. Lu Xiaoshan and Long Qi kept changing positions and running, receiving the pass from their teammates. With the two fullbacks and two midfielders constantly moving forward, the Overlord team kept weaving a net in the front court. Although such a net looked very fragile and the opponent could easily break it with a poke, the Overlord team did not give the opponent such a chance. Be patient in defensa, don't be anxious. Zheng Liang also directed in the team channel. This kind of defensa is what the West Hand team is good at. They don't need to be anxious, and the more they defend, the more they can find that previous game state. They are leading in the score, so they are not anxious. Time continued to pass by, slowly, reaching the 43rd minute of the first half. 2 minutes left, hold on. Liu Bang shouted in the team channel. The current defensive intensity was very high, and he was not worried that the team would have any problems at such a critical moment. For the Western Hand team, they were not afraid of the opponent's attack. As long as there was a chance to counter-attack, leading by 2 goals in the first half was a good result. Okay, get ready to run in and out. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The running of the Overlord team players suddenly accelerated. Change the rhythm, increase attention. Liu Bang shouted. After Zheng Qi accelerated his running, he got rid of Liang and then received the pass from Longju. He began to dribble forward. Seeing him dribble forward, Zheng Liang immediately pressed forward, and Chen Ping and Cao Ocean also began to concentrate their attention, trying to strangle him in the midfield. Zheng Qi passed the ball, and the ball was directly given to Lu Xiaoshan, who retreated to get the ball. On the wing, Zhong Limei began to move forward at high speed to prepare for the response, and the Overlord in the penalty area also began his own running position. The Overlord team had many options for attack, which allowed them to play more easily in the attack, and the defense of the Western Han team immediately spread out like a net. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi rushed forward at high speed. His agility attribute played a role at this moment. Although the speeds of both sides were similar, Zheng Qi, who started first, immediately shook off Zheng Liang and rushed between Chen Ping and Cao Ocean. Lu Xiaoshan passed the ball back and then rushed forward. Chen Ping and Cao Ocean immediately clamped on both sides, trying to use force to stop Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was not afraid at all. Before the opponent clamped, he kept the ball and passed it to the front court, and then continued to move forward. The Overlord, who retreated from the penalty area, received the ball and then passed it back. Zheng Qi, who was moving forward, ran up like the wind, swung his right foot while running, and was about to shoot the ball directly. "Stop him!" Liu Bang shouted loudly. This distance was enough to directly threaten the goal. Even if he couldn't shoot a spinning ball, a straight shot could test the goalkeeper's reaction ability. Xiao He stepped forward and tried to use his body to complete the block. The moment Zheng Qi touched the ball, he raised his right foot, passed over the ball, then quickly recovered, pulled the ball back and knocked it over from behind his supporting foot, then quickly turned around and turned past Xiao He. Pull back and turn after pretending to shoot. Kruyov turn and Marseille turn. A commentator shouted almost crazily. These are two very ancient names, the iconic moves of two great players. Although more than 100 years have passed, the skills that have traveled through time and space are still effective. Skills are not outdated, and what works is effective. Zheng Qi did these two moves without any fireworks, and Xiao He, the main force of the West Han team's defense line, was shaken by him in less than a second. After shaking Xiao He, Zheng Qi broke into the penalty area, and then poked his foot while running. The ball flew between the legs of General Pu, who rushed over, and Lu Xiaoshan, who started from the back row, made a forward pass, a classic straight pass and diagonal insertion. After receiving the ball, Lu Xiaoshan did not waste any time. He kicked the ball immediately, and he even had time to make a miss. When Liu Bang opened his arms to save him, he did not shoot at the left or right corners, but directly shot in the middle. The ball flew between Liu Bang's legs, and then flew into the goal, shooting through the big and small goal posts. Hat-trick. Chen Fengxiao's hat-trick. But in front of Yuan Thong's previous series of breakthroughs, the hat-trick seems to be overshadowed. The Overlord team equalized the score before the end of the first half. 4-4. This is really a wonderful first half. The West Han team seems to have suffered a great blow, but no wonder. Their tenacious defense was broken by a wonderful attack by the Overlord team at the last moment. Although the first half was a draw, don't forget that the Overlord team kicked off in the second half. Once the Overlord team took the lead, the situation of the West Han team would be very bad. The Overlord team was playing with fire before, and they were lucky to succeed. You know, if they couldn't do anything about the West Han team's defense, then in the second half, their situation would be very dangerous, but now everything is different. They equalized the score, and there is a chance to take the lead in the second half. The situation of the West Han team is more troublesome now. Will they defend or not in the second half? If they defend, they may not be able to hold on. If they attack, can they still be in the same state as before? After defending for such a long time, a commentator's casual sigh just hit the nail on the head of the Overlord team's tactics. Overlord team set up a game. Yuo Jie sighed and said to Yuan Thong Da, "They are so thoughtful. I only realized it now." "What game?" Thong Da was stunned for a moment. He looked at the players from both teams who were about to return to their own locker rooms and asked. "They deliberately used this offensive method," Yuo Jie said. "Everyone knows this, but I still don't understand why they did this. Is it to prove that they have the ability to score goals under such circumstances and then undermine the morale of the West Han team? It's difficult to do. If the West Han team loses, they will go home. They will not be discouraged even if the situation is unfavorable." Thong Da said puzzledly. "Yes, so it is not to undermine the morale of the West Han team, but to disrupt their rhythm." Yuo Jie smiled. Wei nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the pace of this game started very fast. The fact that the West Ham team was able to keep up with the rhythm of the Overlord team in the offensive confrontation must be the result of careful preparation, because they know that it is difficult for defense to withstand the attack of the Overlord team, so it is better to attack and have more opportunities. But they were on the defensive for 20 minutes in the first half. They didn't make any mistakes in such a big change, because they are better at defense. Zheng also understood. He clapped his hands and said loudly, after the start of the second half, they should continue to defend. After all, it is the Overlord team that launched the attack. If this is the case, it will be too difficult for them to switch to offensive tactics without making mistakes. They are not particularly good at attacking. That's the reason. From now on, the Overlord team's tactics have played a big role. In the second half, the West Ham team will not have many chances. UOG aside, a king who can perform like this is really scary. Wei couldn't help but say, although I have confidence in our team, looking at their current performance, the odds are only 50-50. Yes, they have really improved a lot compared to last year. Zheng nodded. But we won't lose. Don't forget that we are the most tenacious team in the entire Chinese region. In this regard, we are not inferior to any other team. Even if our chances of winning are only 20% or 30%, we will strive for 100%. Wei said firmly. UOG and Zheng nodded at the same time. As the top generals in the Chinese region, they never lose confidence in themselves. The same is true for the Western Han team. Without such a tenacious character, we would not have achieved such a great reputation in such a competition. We were tied by them in the first half. The situation was really unfavorable for us, but don't forget, the score is just a draw now. The Overlord team has the advantage in momentum, but there is a saying we have heard since we were young, which is that you can't score even if you have the advantage. In a football match, you will never win just by having the advantage. In the second half of the game, as long as we work hard and play to our strengths, we will have a chance to win. Do you understand? Liu Bang shouted in the locker room, waving his fist. Chapter 674. Finally leading. Liu Bang's encouragement did not have any substantial content, but it did say what the Western Han team needed to do now. That is to fight hard, and fight for the last chance. This is the last and biggest secret of football games. Only by fighting hard can you win. However, the Western Han team ignored one thing at this moment, that is, the problem that UOG saw. The tactical thinking of the Overlord team this time is actually very obscure, and it is difficult for people to easily discover it. UOG can only see it more clearly when he is outside the game. The tactical thinking of the Western Han team is not bad, but being in the game, there is no time to think better, so naturally he can't detect it. Such a mistake seems to be doomed to their failure in the second half. For the players of the Overlord team, they seem much more relaxed in the locker room after completing the established ideas in the first half. Don't relax too much, understand? Those guys are also very powerful, at least I think they are more powerful than you. Zheng Qi said. Let's go, it hurts our self-esteem. The players of the Overlord team shouted one after another. Go, why don't you go and show me? Zheng Qi smiled and said sarcastically. The players of the Overlord team looked at each other. They really didn't want to leave. Now the Overlord team has such a good prospect. If they leave, won't all the hard work before be in vain? If you don't leave, come and listen to my tactical arrangement for the second half. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Including Lu Xiaoshan, everyone sat in front of Zheng Qi obediently. It's not that they're useless, but in terms of tactics, they are really not as good as Zheng Qi. Lu Xiaoshan is the only one who can compare with Zheng Qi in strength, but he has never made tactical arrangements and is not good at this. The tactical core of the Overlord team before was Fan Xingzhi, but Fan Xingzhi also knew that he was okay for temporary command, and he was really not as insightful and as big as Zheng Qi. The second half is our kickoff, so we have to continue the offense like in the first half, suppress them, so that they can only be distracted on defense, and score goals when there is a chance to break quickly, and take the lead. At the time, it will be more difficult for them to attack. Zheng Qi said. Well, consolidate in the second half, and it will be much more difficult for them to change the tactical rhythm and defense. Fan Xingzhi nodded. Isn't this a waste of time? Ba Wang asked. It won't be a waste of time. After we take the lead, they will have to attack. Then it will be time for us to counter-attack. You forwards will be our only hope for attacking. You must seize the opportunity. If you can't, I won't say anything about 30 goals. Zheng Qi said. Did you see my hat-trick in the first half? Lu Xiaoshan said dissatisfiedly. I saw it, but did you see my instigation and assists in the first half? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan had nothing to say now. In the first half, Zheng Qi directly assisted 2 of the 4 goals and instigated 2. Without him, it would be difficult for Lu Xiaoshan to score 3 goals. Don't look at him scoring 2 goals at the beginning. No matter how strong the shooter is, he can't score without the support of firepower behind him. Although with his strength, even if his teammates just pass the ball to him randomly, he can rely on his personal ability to score a few goals, but that is too tiring after all. It is not a job for humans. With Zheng Qi behind him, it would be much easier for him to score. Let's go, let's score a few more goals. We scored 4 in the first half, so we can't do any worse in the second half. Zheng Qi waved his hand cheerfully, saying arrogantly. What are you so proud of? You're just a core player. Lu Xiaoshan complained to B.A. Wang, and B.A. Wang could only smile bigly. When the players from both teams appeared on the field again, there was a warm cheer from the stands. The first half of the game met everyone's aesthetic taste, with many goals and high technical content. Although the time when B.A. Wang controlled the ball and attacked seemed a bit boring, it actually showed more technical skills. Such a game is rare. The second half of the game will determine which side will be eliminated, which is even more attractive. Have you figured out a way to crack our offensive tactics? If you can't, just wait to lose. Zheng Qi began to talk trash. Come on. Liu Bang said with a straight face. Look, they're scared. Zheng Qi turned around and announced the victory to the players of B.A. Wang. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Let's fight him. Fang Kui said angrily. The players of the West Hand team roared with a common hatred. A man can be killed but not humiliated. No matter how powerful you are, can you despise us? The players of the Overlord team were collectively speechless. This guy is too good at attracting hatred. What's the point of doing this? Do we have to let the other party fight us to death? Is this kind of game interesting? What do you think? Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Interesting. The players of the Overlord team complained in their hearts, but saw Lu Xiaoshan agreeing and said, yes, this is interesting. The players of the Overlord team were collectively speechless. These 2 perverts are really like-minded. Do you really have to be so perverted to become such a top player? Regardless of whether he is a pervert or not, Zheng Qi has successfully aroused the opponent's anger, and in the next period of time, they will also face fierce resistance from the opponent. After the kickoff of the second half, the Overlord team launched an attack, while the West Hand team launched a defense with high morale. They really tried their best this time. They are the top team. In the first half, they were more passive in defense, but now, they started to attack more actively. Many people went up, pressed closely, cut off the opponent's passing route one by one, and used a lot of running and involvement to make the opponent unable to cope. This is the only way to fight against the ball possession tactics. Under such fierce pressing, the ball control and passing of the Overlord team were indeed greatly disturbed. However, what made the West Hand team depressed was that Zheng Qi began to increase his running at this moment. Every time they pressed well, Zheng Qi would appear at the receiving point in time, control the ball with his skills after getting the ball, and then pass the ball safely. In this way, although the passing of the Overlord team was not so smooth, after all, Zheng Qi had to control the ball every time, but this intermittent approach made the ball control and passing of the Overlord team never interrupted. The West Hand team's pressing was fierce. They were not discouraged by the bad situation. Unfortunately, they always had to pay attention to Zheng Qi's breakthrough. Zheng Qi's breakthrough in the first half was really wonderful, showing his ability to tear open the opponent's defense at any time. So every time he got the ball, the players of the West Hand team had to concentrate all their attention. Zheng Qi's time with the ball in the second half increased significantly, which made the players of the West Hand team concentrate more time. No one had a problem with physical fitness, but the consumption of energy was more difficult to make up than the consumption of physical fitness. Every time Zheng Qi got the ball, he controlled it and then passed it out. 5 minutes had passed since the start of the second half, and Zheng Qi had taken the ball more than 10 times. He did this every time, but every time the West Hand team did not dare to relax. It was too difficult to grab the ball at his feet. Zheng Qi's accurate judgment allowed him to detect the opponent's movements every time, and then avoid it just right. Every time you have to pay attention to his breakthrough. Although Zheng Qi did not break through but passed the ball every time during this period, no one dared to slack off. The consequences of slacking off were too serious and no one could bear it. Under such mental pressure, the players of the West Hand team soon felt a little tired. This kind of fatigue did not arise now, but it had already occurred after the end of the first half. Now it just gave rise to such fatigue. After another breakthrough, Zheng Qi passed the ball. Zheng Qi, who was retreating, received the ball. After he received the ball, he was pressed by the opponent's players. This degree of pressing was actually not low, but for the Overlord team players who were already accustomed to it, it was not particularly difficult. After protecting the ball, Zheng Qi passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was running forward, and then he ran horizontally to the middle to respond. Lu Xiaoshan came to the right wing to respond. He blocked Zheng, who was about to go to the side to fill in the position, and Zheng Qi began to cut forward smoothly. Chen Ping retreated and blocked Zheng Qi's breakthrough route. Zheng Liang retreated and assisted Cao Shen to catch up with Zheng Qi. Even if Zheng Qi did not get the ball, he was still a target that needed to be well guarded. Seeing that there was no other passing route, Zheng Qi raised his foot and passed the ball to Lu Xiaoshan in the corner of the penalty area. When Lu Xiaoshan received the ball, Zheng Qi ran over to prepare to receive it. His action attracted a lot of attention. Lu Xiaoshan also raised his foot as if he was ready to pass the ball. The next moment, he knocked the ball back and knocked the ball to the baseline. The forward Overlord rushed to the ball. After passing the ball, Lu Xiaoshan also turned and rushed forward, blocking Zheng behind him. Xiaohe, who was filling in the position, blocked the route of the Overlord's pass. However, the Overlord, whose footwork skills seemed average, made a wonderful heel-to-ball action. He knocked the ball behind him, and the ball flew diagonally to the corner of the small penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan, who was sprinting, caught the ball and shot it hard. The ball flew straight to the near point of the goal. Facing this close-range shot, whether it was General Pu who flew to fill in the position, or Liu Bang who flew to save the ball, they were one step slower, the ball flew into the goal. 5-4, the Overlord team took the lead, and this was their first lead in this game. The stands cheered like a landslide and some am I. Facing the Overlord team's lead, many people were not surprised, but felt relieved. They always thought they were going to take the lead, and now they are finally in the lead. How can they not feel relieved? The fans of the Overlord team were naturally celebrating wildly, while the fans of the West Hand team looked at each other, thinking that things might be getting serious. At this point in the game, the West Hand team's advantage is almost gone. They could still hold on to the draw before, but now they are behind. Do they still have a chance to catch up or even overtake again? A thick shadow began to form in their hearts. Chapter 675. The power of counterattack. Next, we need to prepare for a quick counterattack. They want to attack, but more than 40 minutes have passed since their last attack. Can they adjust so quickly? It's difficult, so there must be some problems in their offense. Stop their defense and then quickly counterattack. 1 or 2 attacks will be enough to defeat them. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. This time he didn't shout to pull hatred. It was necessary to pull hatred before, but it's not necessary now. Pulling hatred also requires skills. If the skills are good, it's pulling hatred. If the skills are not good, it's mentally retarded. Obviously Zheng Qi is not mentally retarded. The revitalized West Hand team is ready to attack. Their offensive level is not bad. However, as Zheng Qi said, there are 20 minutes left in the first half, 20 minutes of halftime break, and 5 minutes in the second half. They have played for such a long time in their accustomed defensive tactics. Can they quickly recover to the all-pervasive offensive in the first half? It's not impossible, but it's very difficult, and it's difficult to ensure that there are no problems when attacking. This is the key. After launching the attack, the West Hand team did not find any problems. After all, it was just a slight discomfort, and there was no problem in general. Although the defense of the Overlord team has changed to a certain extent compared with the first half, and the intensity has become greater, they still have to attack. The biggest change is that Zheng Qi began to join the defense. He began to retreat and assist his teammates in the defense in the midfield. With his joining, the two midfielders Yingbo and Jibo can run back and forth more actively to fill in the position. The midfielders and defenders all participated in the defense, and only the 3 forwards stood in front to prepare for the counter-attack. This effectively restrained the attack of the West Hand team. Under such circumstances, the West Hand team was forced to strengthen the attack and press the 3 forwards of the Overlord team back. Their offensive effect was good. Soon, Zheng Qi, Lu Xiaoshan and Overlord began to retreat more. They set up the first line of defense in the midfield, which made the attack of the West Hand team more hindered. Although they encountered more obstacles, the West Hand team didn't care. They were worried about the opponent's counter-attack, not the defense. The defense of the Overlord team was not very good. If they really focused on defense, the West Hand team would have some advantages. Zheng Liang started to dispatch in the midfield. His passing made the West Hand team's advance more fluent. This is also the outstanding point of this midfield core. He can launch an attack by dispatching passes and can also score goals with his long shots. This is an excellent midfield core. Although he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Zheng Qi, it was not obvious. After Zheng Qi retreated to participate in the defensa, his performance was somewhat controlled. However, it was obviously impossible for a midfielder of this level to completely control him. Under Zheng Qi's defensa, he continued to organize the attack and was still looking for opportunities. Other players of the West Hand team also began to run in and out, looking for opportunities. They were used to defensive tactics and began to gradually regain the feeling of attacking. Zheng Liang has been looking for opportunities, because Yingbu and Jibu kept filling in the two wings, which gave him the possibility of a breakthrough. If he could seize the opportunity to break through Zheng Qi, then in the middle, Zheng Liang might be able to hit the target. Such opportunities are of course not easy to find, but Zheng Liang knows that once such an opportunity appears, it is almost equivalent to a goal. He is very patient and has also waited for such an opportunity. After receiving the ball again, Zheng Liang made a fake move to immediately kick a long shot. Zheng Qi was not too far forward, which gave him the opportunity to show his long-range shooting ability. As a midfielder who can shoot a spinning ball, this feature of his was of course noticed by Zheng Qi, who immediately rushed up and planned to use his body to block Zheng Liang's long shot. Zheng Liang was waiting for this moment. The next moment, he quickly dunked the ball forward and accelerated the breakthrough. Zheng Qi tightened his body to meet him, and it would be difficult to react again. This is a good opportunity to break through. Zheng Liang's breakthrough skills were also excellent. He dribbled the ball lightly and then passed by Zheng Qi. He did this series of actions very gracefully, but the next moment, his whole body stiffened. Zheng Qi, who seemed to have tensed his body, relaxed at the same time. He stretched out his foot lightly and took the ball from under his feet. Then he took a step forward and left Zheng Liang behind. Zheng Liang reacted quickly. He turned around quickly and wanted to interfere with Zheng Qi's next move. Even if it was a foul, he had to stop Zheng Qi. However, this idea was obviously a step too slow. Zheng Qi, who had planned it in advance, would not give him the opportunity to react like this. After taking a step forward, Zheng Qi swung his right foot and made a long pass. After passing the ball, he staggered forward 2 steps. His center of gravity at this moment had been completely lost by Zheng Liang's foul. However, there was no problem. He had already passed the ball. The ball flew quickly to the front court, and in the front court, the Overlord team fired 3 arrows at the same time. It's not that the West Hand team didn't have people left in the back court. At least they have always been paying attention to the forwards of the Overlord team. When Zheng Qi made a long pass, almost the entire West Hand team's back line responded. Long Qi stopped Zheng He, and Overlord collided with General Pu, and both of them slowed down at the same time. The rest was the confrontation between Lu Xiaoshan and Xiao Li. The two arrived at the landing point of the ball almost at the same time. Before grabbing the landing point, the two collided violently, trying to make the other lose balance so that they could take control of the ball first. In this way, Xiao He suffered a big loss. As the core of the defensa, although Xiao He relied on commanding the team and predicting to make a living, the current way of playing classical football, no matter what player, if the physical fitness is not good, it is absolutely impossible, so his physical fitness and strength and other attributes are not bad, reaching about 120 points, such attributes are generally enough to deal with any forward. A power forward like Overlord has a strength of only about 130 points. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoshan's strength is also extremely terrifying. Strength, physique, and jumping, these 3 attributes, he has close to 150 points. Even so, he still has extra attribute points to add to flexibility, increasing flexibility to the limit of 200 points. How can this not give him a big advantage in the game? The average attribute points are nearly 100 points higher than other players, and he has an advantage like this. So although Lu Xiaoshan is only a little over 1.8 meters tall and his physique is not very strong, he still takes advantage of him in the confrontation on the court, like a human tank, showing an extremely outstanding confrontation ability. Under this collision, Xiao He was like being electrocuted, and after bouncing away, he stayed in place for about 0.1 seconds. Don't underestimate this little time. If Lu Xiaoshan has no effect, then he will have no chance to stop Lu Xiaoshan. He threw the ball forward, and with full speed, Lu Xiaoshan rushed out 6 or 7 meters with the ball, completely widening the distance between him and Xiao Li. At this time, Xiaoyan was desperately trying to defend the back line of the West Hand team, but he was more forward than other defenders in the assist just now. Although he reacted immediately, he was far away from Lu Xiaoshan, and there was no way to stop Lu Xiaoshan in time. Looking at Lu Xiaoshan rushing towards him with the ball, Liu Bang had no choice but to attack. Attacking is actually not very useful, but it is easy for the opponent to break through. But what if he doesn't attack? The closer the opponent is to him, the greater the angle of the shot, and the less time he can react. This is the sadness of every goalkeeper facing a single knife. Often attacking means death, and not attacking is also death. Attacking is just to brush up on the sense of existence, or to intimidate the opponent, to see if he can try his luck and make the opponent unable to score this time. It's just that the psychological quality of the players is getting better and better, and the physical quality is getting better and better. Such intimidation has little effect on the striker. Moreover, judging from Lu Xiaoshan's previous performance, he is an out-and-out cold-blooded killer. However, Liu Bang couldn't miss such an opportunity. The fans of the West Ham team in the stands began to talk to Lu Xiaoshan not to score this goal. "Hey, you have reached the limit of 3 goals, you just scored the 4th one, you exceeded the limit. Don't score any more goals now, didn't you only score 3 goals in each game before?" Liu Bang was certainly not so naive. If Lu Xiaoshan said that he wanted to become famous before, he had already become famous quickly by scoring no more than 3 goals in each game, and now in such a game, the score was only 1 goal ahead. Would Lu Xiaoshan choose to give up such an opportunity to expand the score in order to maintain such a ridiculous record? I didn't see him being weak when he scored the 4th goal just now, let alone now it will be the 5th. Both of them moved very quickly. When Lu Xiaoshan just rushed to the penalty area line, Liu Bang had already opened his arms and rushed out. As the captain of the Western Han team, his biggest role was to command the whole team from the back. Of course, as a goalkeeper, he was also top-notch, with quick reactions, accurate positioning, and good goal line skills. Although in the current classical football game, even the best goalkeepers often lose the ball, it would not cover up his excellence. He saw Lu Xiaoshan raising his foot while running and immediately made a save. However, Lu Xiaoshan just picked up the ball and quickly pulled his foot out, then pulled the ball down and knocked it, passing Liu Bang who had already jumped, and then bypassed Liu Bang and approached the goal. Liu Bang, who fell down helplessly, could only smile bitterly and watched Lu Xiaoshan catch up with the ball and then push the ball into the empty goal. 6-4. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, Lu Xiaoshan scored twice again, quickly expanding the lead to 2 goals. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden like busgasms contenido exclusivo y inmediato. Suscríbete nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.